화면에 보이는 해시태그 워딩을 확인해 주시면 개인 인스타그램과 함께 인증샷과 후기를 업로드하실 수 있는데요. 잠시 후 정면 화면을 통해 안내해 드리도록 하겠습니다. 모든 행사가 종료된 이후에는 랜덤 추첨을 통해서 소정의 상품도 저희가 보내드릴 예정이니까요. 이 점 참고해 주시면 감사드리겠습니다. 네, 앞서 안내해 드린 대로 다시 한번 럭키드로우 이벤트 관련해서 해시태그를 안내해 드리고 있습니다. 네, 샵 인천 국제해양 포럼 샵 그리고 인천 인터내셔널 오션 포럼 2024 샵 항만 에너지 다양한 해시태그를 통해서 여러분 후기와 인증샷을 업로드해 주시면 저희가 추후 추첨을 통해서 소정의 상품을 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 네, 더불어 본 포럼이 더 나은 행사로 발전해 나갈 수 있도록 많은 분들의 소중한 의견이 필요합니다. 정면 화면을 통해서 만족도 조사 QR을 스캔하실 수 있습니다. 다시 한번 안내해 드립니다. 정면 화면에 QR코드를 함께 지금 바로 스캔을 해 주시고요. 만족도 조사에도 함께 적극적으로 참여해 주시면 감사드리겠습니다. 소중한 의견을 남겨주시면 더 나은 포럼을 만드는데 귀중하게 활용하도록 하겠습니다. 아울러 로비에 진행되고 있는 다양한 스탬프 투어 이벤트도 확인을 해보셨죠? 해당 이벤트를 통해서도 다양한 상품을 전해드릴 예정이니까요. 함께 적극적으로 참여해 주시기 바랍니다. 저희는 모든 준비가 이루어지는 대로 제5회 인천국제해양포럼 항만 세션을 시작할 예정입니다. 잠시만 기다려 주십시오. 고맙습니다. 네. 네. 연사부는 지금 준비하고 계신 거죠? 아, 오셨어요? 네, 알겠습니다. 네네. 해야 할 것 같은데요. 저희 본 세션 당초 예정된 시간 1시 20분에서 한 10분 정도만 조금 더 여유 있게 시작을 하고자 합니다. 저희 1시 30분부터
We will be starting the session at 1:30. We ask for your understanding. Also, if you need simultaneous interpretation, we would like to advise that you take this time to prepare a receiver. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin 10 minutes later at 1:30. We ask for your understanding. Thank you.
네, 함께 기다려주신 여러분 감사드립니다.
Thank you for your patience, everyone. I have a quick housekeeping note. We will soon start the third session of the Incheon International Ocean Forum 2024. For those of you outside, we'd like to ask you to join us inside and please take your seats. Also, for the smooth operation of this session, we'd like to ask all of you to switch your mobile phones into silent mode. We are also providing simultaneous interpretation into Korean and English. For Korean, please press channel 4, and for English, press channel 5.
This interpretation for smooth proceeding today's event, so please will the receiver and select channel 4 for Korean and channel 5.
This forum will be held in a hybrid form, so we will be providing this forum both online and offline. This forum can be viewed via YouTube streaming, and we also have a small event scheduled for later in the day. So all the participants can take a picture and post this picture on the Instagram account with the hashtag for the session 3. And if you upload this onto the Instagram, we will have a lucky draw, and we will be giving out small souvenirs. Also, we would like your feedback on the forum. If you can scan this QR code, you can take part in the satisfaction survey, and we will take this feedback to improve our forum in the future. And we also have many different events in the lobby area, so please take part in those as well. Thank you very much for your cooperation. We will now begin the third session of this forum. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 5th Incheon International Ocean Forum, which is the largest maritime knowledge forum in the Seoul metropolitan area. I would like to welcome all of you here and also our online participants. I'm your host for today's event. My name is Ra Yong Lan. Thank you very much for the warm welcome. The 5th Incheon International Ocean Forum was first held in 2020, and it is now in its 5th year. Every year, we share major trends in the maritime industry and present our vision for the future. This year, we will gather world-class scholars and industry experts to find optimal solutions for the renaissance of the maritime industry. The theme of the forum this year is the Sea of Today, the Ocean of Tomorrow, and the slogan is "The World Calls, the Ocean Waves." And as I mentioned earlier, we are joined by world-class experts from home and abroad to discuss the topic at hand. And we hope that we can all join hands to make the next leap forward in the maritime industry. And many people have extended their support and interest for the forum, and we ask for your continued support and interest. And with that, we will begin the session. For your information, this forum will be held for 2 days, for today and tomorrow. So today, here at Grand Ballroom A, we will be holding the third session, the Port Energy session, as well as a special session. We will hear presentations and also have discussions. The special session is one of a kind. We will be dedicating the special session to exports of used cars. So now, without further ado, we will begin the third session, which is titled Supply of Ship Fuel and Port Energy in the Eco-Friendly Area. The first presenter of the third session is Mr. Song Kang-yeon, who is the head of Decarbonization Ship and R&D Center of Korean Register. So he will be giving us a presentation on alternative fuels for the maritime industry. He will be sharing his insights and also information. Please welcome him with a big hand. Thank you.
Thank you for that kind introduction. So, transition to alternative fuels and future technology to zero carbon shipping. So when they first asked me to deliver this presentation, they said to make my presentation easy to understand because we will have attendees from various fields and sectors. And as you know very well, last year in NEPC 24, IMO made a very historical decision. So the carbon that is being emitted from the shipping industry will be made to reach zero emissions by 2050. And this goal was first established in 2018. So at that time, decarbonization was the goal for the century, but every 5 years, the carbon emission from the shipping industry is monitored to reach a decision. And so last year, they made a decision. So by 2050, if we reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 50%, you can see we have zero carbon, low carbon, and we also have oil resources being used. But if we are to achieve 100% by 2050, zero carbon fuel accounts for 85%. So most of the fuel is zero carbon fuel, and you cannot see any fossil fuels in the mix. So you can see that the decision last year by IMO is actually having a great impact on the shipping industry. And CII regulations began last year, and the results of these regulations will be open to us. And we actually carry out DCS, and we calculate the CII rating. And so C is average, and D refers to grade where performance is low. And so 70% is CDE grade. And this CII regulation will be increased by 2% every year. And so you need to have responses or measures in place to address this. And you can here see a great shipping company, an example of a good shipping company. And here what they did was carry out a lifetime simulation for CII. So currently they have A grade, B grade. A lot of it is green, as shown here in the table. But you can see by 2027, after 2027, most of their fleets will be ranked to D or E. So it means that decarbonization issue is not only the issue of one or two company, but it's an issue facing the whole entire shipping industry. And here you can see it's a very complicated table, and what it shows you is the IMO, EU, UK, USA greenhouse gas regulations. So each regulation has 3 or 4 annexes and usually is about 800 pages long. So there are very large shipping companies, but at the same time we have small, medium-sized shipping companies. And so for them to actually respond and actually do their homework on greenhouse gas regulations is very difficult. It's hard to understand the regulations. It's very difficult to come up with measures to respond to these stringent greenhouse gas regulations. IMO and government also have regulations in place, but there are also private sector regulations. So you have the Sesseion principles, which is targeted to shipping finance. And so shipping companies get a lot of loans. And so for those vessels that emit a lot of greenhouse gases, it will be very difficult for them to get loans in the future. And then also we have Poseidon principles for marine insurance as well. So we have First Mover Coalition and COSEV. And so COSEV, their members include shippers, global shippers like Amazon and IKEA. So what they're saying is they're going to be more ambitious. So by 2040, they aim to only purchase ocean freight services powered by zero carbon fuels. So we have to meet these regulations. And, you know, the shippers who actually pay the shipping companies are also saying they're committed to zero carbon fuels. And so not only these government regulations are important, but these initiatives or regulations put in place by shippers have also become important. So here you can see a slide that I prepared, and I prepared this slide to explain the transition to green fuel. So you have green fuel and you also have fossil fuel. So we actually import mangoes. So one mango was imported using fossil fuel and the other mango was imported using green fuel. So green means environment friendly, of course, but at the same time you can see that the price is quite high, or the cost is quite high. So from a consumer's point of view, whether it's from fossil fuels or whether it's imported through green fuels, they want to buy the cheaper mango. So with this, it's hard to make that transition to green fuel. So we are actually imposing a lot of penalty for using fossil fuel. And at the same time, for shipping companies that are using green fuel, we're providing a lot of incentives. So you have IMO, EU, you have the cargo owners, they all have regulation initiatives in place. And so at the end of the day, products that are being imported using green fuel, their prices will go down, promoting a green fuel transition. We use the word alternative fuel a lot. And I think that the definition of alternative fuel is not very clear. And so I try to come up with a definition. So in the past, I think 95% of transportation use heavy fuel oil. So we used a lot of heavy fuel. It had very high performance, but of course it was not environment friendly. But now we're making that transition to low or zero carbon. So you have biofuel, LNG, methanol, ammonia, and hydrogen. So these are alternative fuels that actually replace heavy fuel oil. In the past, there were a lot of green regulations, NOx, SOx, green carbon. But greenhouse gas regulations, I believe, are a different set of regulations. NOx, SOx is about not being emitted in your area of activity, but for greenhouse gas emissions, whether it's China, Brazil, wherever it's being emitted, you are going to be regulated. So it's about curbing greenhouse gas emissions on a global scale, regardless of where it is actually emitted. As I mentioned before, over 95% of existing ships use fossil fuel, and 80% of the cargo is done through these ocean routes, and so we cannot close down these shipping lines. So methanol, LNG, you can use this by retrofitting your vessel, and it costs a lot of money and usually takes more than 6 months. For biofuels, of course, we blend it as drop-in fuel, and you don't need to do retrofit. All you have to do is blend it. So because of these characteristics, biofuel is, I believe, the most viable option in terms of replacing heavy fuel, but it's actually 3 times more expensive in terms of cost. So you can't use biofuel only. So we see with strengthening regulations that the biofuel blending ratio is going up 20, 30, 50, 100. But the problem with biofuel is how much can you produce it? So I think you can see the classification of biofuels. The first generation biofuels was actually biofuel competing with food sources. So IMO does not acknowledge first generation biofuels. We have second generation biofuels, which is advanced biofuels, and then this is also acknowledged. And then we have third generation biofuels, and there's a lot of R&D activity to mass produce third generation biofuels. If you look at the production volume, there are limitations. But not only in the shipping industry, but in the aviation and motor vehicle industry, there is a huge demand for biofuels. So the supply is limited, but there is a huge demand for biofuels. We have a lot of biofuel producers in Korea, and their production capacity is doubling every year. And so I believe that the production of biofuels is going up, helping to stabilize prices. But I think it is yet to be seen what will actually happen in the future. Recently, our company, HMN, we actually carried out research activity for B100. So we signed an MOU for biofuel tests for B100. We've carried out land-based tests, and we also carry out sea trials. So there are technical aspects to biofuel test. So with food waste, there's oxidation, growth of bacteria issues. Sometimes they block the pipes using food waste. In order to address these technological problems, there are different solutions, but I think that the best solution is use it within 3 months. Consume it as fast as you can. If you use a biofuel, as I mentioned before, you can meet the environmental regulations in place. And even if you use B30, you can meet environmental regulations. So if you use B100, not only each vessel, but you can actually use it in your entire fleet. Because if you use one vessel using B100, the other vessels can actually maybe rely more on fossil fuels. And we provide a green sailing service, and with Herman, a German company, and with a global furniture maker, IKEA, we are working together to provide this service. So if the container ships use biofuel, then there are the Scope 3 emissions, of course, carbon that is emitted during the transportation of cargo, and the shipping company and ship owners are able to reduce Scope 3 emissions. So if you use B30, you can see how much carbon emissions are reduced, say, compared to fossil fuel, and they're able to get incentives from the shippers. And then we have ammonia here. The problem with ammonia is we have not developed ammonia engines. It is a non-carbon fuel, and ammonia slip is also a problem, and the leakage happens in ppm units, and so it can be very harmful to people. So there are safety and toxicity issues that need to be addressed to utilize ammonia. So these are some of the technical challenges that we face, but I believe that technical challenges, if you look at the history, we have been able to address and overcome them. So I'm sure that we'll be able to address this. And after 2025, if we see ammonia engine being developed, we'll be able to see a huge increase in ammonia-powered ships. Together with the Hyundai organization, we are developing ammonia four-stroke engine. And if you look at the slide, you can see that preparation takes about a year. And we have to protect our researchers. Of course, performance is important, but what is also very important is how do you develop that safety system? We have installed a lot of sensors. We have labs. And we control these engines remotely. If there is an ammonia leakage, how do we address these issues? These are some of the things that we are looking into. And we were able to last month carry out a first engine test. So after we shut down the engine, after 5 minutes, we checked ammonia leakage. So we were very concerned about ammonia toxicity, but we were able to address this issue in our first engine test. And so we are very confident that we're able to address technical challenges, and we are planning further pilot test. I think the biggest strength of ammonia fuel is that we have to transport cargo from continent to continent, so we need to be able to have mass production, and we need to reduce the price. In Korea, of course, in steel making, mobile and plant, we are trying to develop a green hydrogen. So I think in the future, ammonia fuel will be used to ship cargo from continent to continent. Mass production will be possible, and the price will go down, and it will be also easy to access bunkering facilities. Last year, Lotte joined hands with Aramco, and they imported low carbon blue ammonia from Saudi Arabia. And you can see that there are a lot of advantages to using ammonia fuel. So the red line is LNG, and then you have blue ammonia and green ammonia here on the graph. So I'm not going to talk to you about what blue and green ammonia is, but if you add carbon price or carbon tax to LNG, cargo owners, IMO are imposing carbon price and tax. And so after 2035, you can see that the price of ammonia will actually be very competitive when compared to LNG. And next is LNG. Of course, LNG is a very good low carbon solution. So it has low carbon fuel, 25%. And you can reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And you can actually combine it with biomethane and e-methane later on. And the carbon cost, if it goes up, then the high capex do not believe will be a very serious problem. But the greenhouse gas emission is 25%, but that is from well to tank perspective. But when you take in well to wake perspective, there will be extra emissions. So the overall greenhouse gas emissions reduction effect might be lowered. And here with container ships, they are now trying to use alternative fuel or carbon neutral fuel. If you look at biomethanol, that should be the fuel that we use, but compared to existing fossil fuel, biomethanol is actually 5 times more expensive. That's the downside of biomethanol. So with methanol, we have to actually pioneer the development of this carbon neutral fuel. So I think fuel suppliers and the shipping companies need to work together. So the shipping companies need to create demand so that fuel producers can produce bioethanol and carbon neutral fuel. So here you have this is a slide from last year. So it's the alternative fuel prices from MMMC. And so you can see e-ammonia, e-methanol, e-LNG. It's about producing hydrogen. And then you have blue methanol, blue ammonia, bio-LNG. And you can see that the price is 2 or 3 times more expensive, but it's quite reasonable. So bioethanol, blue ammonia, and then as we see more renewable energy coming into line and then price going down, you can see the fuel cost will change. So I covered a lot of different materials. There's a lot of different alternative fuels. And I think from the shipping company's point of view, they have a headache because it's wonderful if you have a lot of options, but because there are so many options, they don't know which alternative fuel to use. So we carry out economic comparative study, and we actually compare different alternative fuels. We look at capex, opex, we look at carbon cost, and we try to find out which alternative fuel makes most economic sense. So if you look at HFO, here the green part is the carbon cost. So you can see that the carbon cost is much bigger than Apex, and then you can see the orange part is the fuel cost, but you can see that the carbon cost is relatively lower for ammonia. So when you use ammonia compared to H4, you can see that it is more cost effective. So these will actually act as drivers in adopting alternative fuel. And then we have the onboard carbon capture systems being developed. And then there are various energy saving devices being developed. Of course, in the past, no one was really interested in these energy saving devices, but now a lot of people are interested. Believe that in 3 years' time, you'll be able to get your return on investment, whereas in the past it was 10 years. When you're transporting hydrogen, I said ammonia is a great fuel. I think having a liquefied hydrogen will be the most efficient way to transport hydrogen. And then ammonia also, you need to go through an extra cracking procedure. But with hydrogen, you can just use it by changing it. So we have, if you look at CCS technology, a lot of the overseas companies have CCS technology, and the cost of using CCS technology is very important. But I believe that in the future, we will see a lot of more carriers for transporting liquefied hydrogen. So unless we get a core license, it might be difficult for us. And so the government is actually carrying out R&D activities and leading the initiatives. And EK ship is going to be built in 2028, and then this will be expanded to 40K once we reach economies of scale. The government's plan is to actually expand it to 160K. And next is SMR. And of course, you probably could not have imagined applying nuclear technology to vessels. And one of the big news this year is that in IMO, WNTI, they actually wrote a very large report. So it's about using SMR in vessels and floating power plant and regulations relevant to that in IACS. This month, they actually established nuclear PT. And there's a private organization, and Core Power and the Korean shipping companies and Korean Register is taking part in these activities. So once you have bunkering, you can have lifetime bunkering. And SMR is quite expensive these days, but in terms of carbon cost is about 3 times IPEX. And so although it is still expensive, people feel SMR is competitive. So as a future technology, SMR is garnering interest from people. This is the last slide I prepared, and the shipping companies only have 1 or 2 people who can respond to these environmental greenhouse gas regulations. And Director Nam is here from the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries and Maritime. They have a lot of projects in place to support shipping companies. We have the KR-GHG Compliance Center, so customers make a request. So what sort of fuel should we use? What sort of energy device should we use? And they ask us a lot of questions about their vessels. And at the GHG Compliance Center, we do root cost analysis, carbon cost estimation, and we also come up with optimal technical measures as well as operational measures, and we provide advice on fleet management. So we provide the most cost-effective solutions. So many different stakeholders work closely together so that we can address some of the challenges faced by shipping companies. And from next year, we are going to launch our service. So this is the result or the summary of my presentation. So due to private regulations and regulations from IMO, EU, and US, there must be a transition from fossil fuels to alternative fuels. This is something that we cannot escape. And what sort of fuels are we going to use? When you're selecting alternative fuels, you have to look at greenhouse gas reduction amount. You also have to look at if there is capability for mass production, whether it is reasonable and stable price, and whether you have access to bunkering infrastructures. So bio, LNG, methanol, and then we'll see sort of the transition to ammonia and later on hydrogen. And then, of course, this is maybe a bit far down the future, but SMR as well. So thank you for your kind attention. So please give our presenter a big round of applause. I think our speaker spoke about the importance of making that transition to alternative fuel oil. And he has also explained us about the various different types of alternative fuels and their competitiveness. So thank you very much for your presentation. So I'm going to introduce the second speaker. For those Korean participants, if you need to use the interpretation receivers, please do so. For Korean, please turn to channel 4 on your receivers.
곧바로 소개해
Allow me to introduce the next speaker. Our next speaker is from a great maritime powerhouse, Denmark. The next speaker is Johan Biskovitz Svensson, who is the head of program of Catalyze Ecosystem Transition at the Maersk Mc-Kinney Moeller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping. He will be delivering a presentation on green corridors, what, how, and why in South Korea. Please welcome the next speaker with a big hand.
Thank you for coming. You may start right away. Thank you.
Thank you. And first of all, thank you very much for inviting me here to Incheon and to South Korea to present the work that we are doing. So today I will present the thoughts that we have in the center around green corridors, what they are, how we're working with green corridors, but also some of the examples of the work that we're doing with green corridors related to South Korea. So the presentation will be a little bit about the center, so you know on behalf of whom I'm speaking, then talking about the green corridors, and then give insight into the work that we're doing in relation to green corridors in South Korea. So the center that I represent, called Maersk Mc-Kinney Moeller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping, is a research and development center based out of Copenhagen in Denmark, with a global outlook. We have one single vision, and that is to sustainably decarbonize the maritime industry by 2050. We're a not-for-profit center. That means that all we do and all the projects we're working in, we're doing that in kind. We are independent, so although we carry Maersk in our name, I'll show you in the next slide the actual setup of the center, but we received a large donation from a huge fund in Denmark that generated the center. And all we're doing is science-based and data-driven, so all the work we're doing, we have to base that on scientific input and from data. The center is we're around 140 people in Copenhagen. 70 of those are permanent staff in the center, and the rest 70, they come from our strategic partners. So you see them here with the logos on the left-hand side. These are some of the largest companies around the planet within both fuel production, within shipping, within cargo owners, etc. So each of these companies sent 3 people to the center, working in the center in a joint setup. So these are some of the fiercest competitors around the planet, but they all send people into the center simply with the knowledge that we cannot decarbonize shipping if we do not work together. So you see that we have a number of Danish companies, there are a number of European companies, but we're also quite heavy in companies from Japan. So that's the base core of the center. This is the technical work we're doing, is done by the people here from all of these different organizations. So as presented before in the presentation before, when we see the development in SMR, in nuclear power, what we will do in the center is that we will reach out to our strategic partners here and say, we need manpower within the capacity of nuclear power, and then we'll get these people into the center. So in that sense, the center can always change its brain capacity by reaching out to these strategic partners. So that's the whole idea of the center. And as you can see up here, We do have Maersk in the center, so Maersk is a strategic partner, but Maersk is not more part of the center than the 23 other strategic partners that we have in the center. So that's the whole setup and how we do all of our projects. And then on the right-hand side, you see knowledge partners that we have in the center, which could be centers like our own, different organizations working with the decarbonization of the industry, but without having a commercial interest in the actual business of the maritime industry. When we talk about green corridors, there are a number of definitions. So when we in the center work with green corridors, we refer to this as the commercial use and deployment of alternative fuels. So we saw the alternative fuels in the presentation before. I would claim there is some debate as to whether LNG is a true alternative fuel or not. So in the center, we're not working with LNG projects, given that that is already established, and we do not see LNG as being a part of the long-term transition. It might be good in the short term, but in the long term, there will be no LNG in 2050 to reach the vision that we have in the center. When we do green corridor projects, we work together with the entire value chain. And that means that we bring together the fuel production, we bring together the port, we bring together the vessel and cargo owners, and we bring together the commercial and regulatory enablers. So each of our projects have a project consortium consisting of elements throughout the entire value chain. So we do not do desktop studies where we do the research ourselves in the center. We do the green corridor projects with our project partners in these consortia. These could be our strategic partners, but they do not have to. So we do, I'll come to some of the projects that we're doing here in South Korea. So we're doing that together, for example, with Port of Ulsan and Port of Busan, and they're not members of the center, but because they have a vision of decarbonization for the entire maritime industry, we work in these projects together with them. And all we're doing in the center is done in kind, so we do not get money. We work for free in all these projects, which also means that the projects that we are working on, they have to have a significant impact on the maritime decarbonization. When the center is working in green corridors, we're looking at these 6 different phases. So we're looking at a pre-feasibility phase where we're screening an area, could be South Korea, we've done that. We then choose those corridors where there is, seen from our side, a significant impact on the maritime decarbonization and at the same time an interest from the industry to do decarbonization. We then move some of these projects into feasibility where we look at the project and find out whether or not it's technical feasible and regulatory feasible to actually develop the project. These projects are then moved into select phase and further on into define and into construct. What is important for the center is to acknowledge the fact that these different phases, they have a cost. I guess everyone knows that, but for a project consortium to bring a project from feasibility into select, into define, and further into construct, we're talking a huge amount of money. Here it says that it will be $1,000 million, so $1 billion to go into execution, into construct of a project. But some of these might be even more expensive. And as we saw before also, and I'll show the same, that the fossil fuel cost is so much cheaper than the alternative fuel cost. These projects do not have a positive business case. At present, from now and until we saw before when the lines were crossing, so that's 2035, 2040, there will not be a positive business case in working with the alternative fuels. And that's why these projects, they need some kind of help, they need some kind of funding for the next 10, 15 years until they become true commercial projects. And this is what we show here in the red bar here, showing how much is needed of a support from the public with respect to funding or financing of these. And it gradually increases all the way to the final investment decision of these projects. So until we have a pricing on the fossil fuel, as we also saw before, and that crosses the different cost of the alternative fuel. These projects will need some kind of support. But the only way that we will see that crossing we saw before is by a cost down of the individual projects. And that cost down will only happen if there are projects being realized. So if everyone is just sitting and waiting for another one to do the project, there will be no cost down. And in that case, these alternative fuels, they will stay at the high cost of, as we saw before, which is 2, 3, 5 times more expensive than the fossil fuel. So someone needs to get started, and that's what we're doing in the Green Corridor projects. We're bringing those people or those companies together who are interested in doing this to work on the Green Corridor projects, but they also do this with an expectation that they will get some kind of help from the government, from funding out there, because they will lose money in these projects. They are probably willing to lose some money in order to bet on the future, but they're not ready to lose all of their money in these projects. So when we do our projects in feasibility, we have a very stringent method for doing that in the center, and that is simply because we do this to go to the Ministry of Ocean and Fishery here in Korea, or to the Ministry of Energy in Chile, to all the projects we're doing, and asking how much support do you want to give to the project. We can only ask for that support to the project if we can argue why this is the actual amount of funding needed. So that's why it's so crucial for us that we can present exactly what is that incremental cost and what is that residual cost that needs to be supported. So the next couple of slides, I'm going to show both how we calculate the residual cost gap and also how we put that into the discussion when we approach funding options. So the residual cost gap, we start by estimating what we call the incremental cost, and that is in principle what we saw before, is when do we see that, what is the price difference between the fossil fuel and the alternative fuel. So what we're seeing here on the left-hand side in the gray, you see if we took a certain corridor in the world and said, it could be a container line from Busan to Tacoma, what would it cost? And from a fuel point of view, that's our work stream 2 in our methodology. From a port point of view, that's work stream 3. And from the vessel point of view, work stream 4. What would it cost to develop it in the current business as usual? And what would it cost to develop the same amount of service with an alternative fuel? And what we're interested in the center is to look at that blue area and say, what is that incremental cost of green? So we do not necessarily care how much it costs to produce the normal vessel. We're interested in how much does it cost to do the double piping? How much does it cost to have the additional safety elements you need on the vessel? And that gives us that incremental cost of green. We then take that incremental cost and we then go to the partnership and say, within your area, how much of that incremental cost could you cover yourself? So an example would be this blue here. This is the capex for the port. So 3 is port and bunkering infrastructure. So let's say we're looking at the pure car truck carrier we're doing right now with Port of Ulsan. That will require a methanol storage facility for the fuel. But maybe this will be the total cost of all of that infrastructure that is needed. But maybe the Port of Ulsan would say, but part of that can actually be covered by the future projects. So this project here should not carry all the cost. So they are willing to say this part here should not be covered by this project. We will cover that somewhere else. Or it could be that the vessel would say, we are willing to cover some of the cost for making it the vessel dual fuel ready. We're willing to cover that ourselves. So that gives us the sum here, D. This is what can be covered by the project itself. Well, then looking at the cargo, which is here marked with E. So if we stay with the pure car truck carrier, we're saying how much will the Hyundai or Kia, how much will they pay for having a service where they get the car transported in a CO2-neutral way? And additionally, we're saying how much will the end consumer, so E2 is the end consumer, how much will they pay to get the car transported in a CO2 neutral way. So we're taking all of that together, but right now we'll see that there will still be a residual cost gap, and this is what we're talking about in these projects. So the individual companies, they might be willing to take some loss. So this is actually their loss, but they're doing it as a business development view on the future. The cargo owners are ready to pay something now. In the future, of course, the yellow will have to cover all of that incremental cost. It will be us as consumers having to pay for that incremental cost of the zero emission fuels. But the red block here, the F, this is what we will go to, in Korea we'll go to the Ministry of Ocean and Fishery, or we'll go to the Danish Minister of Energy, or we'll go to the World Bank, or we go to whoever could close that cost gap. But we can demonstrate why this was exactly the cost, because we have all of this insight, and we have that from a consortium covering the value chain. So this is not something that we as a center just guessing. This is actually something we're estimating together with those who will develop the project. And then when we have then done that, we then go into the work stream 7 of our methodology, which is looking at the roadmap. So we're looking at, this is the entire green corridor. It goes from country 1 to country 2. It has some energy and fuel production. It has infrastructure in the port. There's a vessel with a certain cargo, and it has a CO2 emission, and it has a receiving facility. So what we're doing now is we're taking that, and we're then asking, does anything here resonate with a law in a country, or does anything here resonate with a strategy in the country? So it could be, if I take Chile as an example, there is a green hydrogen strategy in Chile. So if we have projects that develop energy in Chile, there is higher likelihood that Chile will be able to cover part of the cost within the fuel production than, for example, if the cargo is going to somewhere abroad, then it's difficult to argue why that should be paid by the Chilean state money. So that's what we're doing in that work stream 7. So to show what we're doing 4 projects in Chile in the Center in Feasibility. We're doing 2 projects in the US. We're doing 4 projects in Europe. We're doing 1 in Australia and 1 in New Zealand. And then we're doing 2 projects out of South Korea. And as you can see, this is the pure car truck carrier. This is a container vessel going from Busan to Tacoma. But as you can see, some of the Chilean projects, they also have a South Korean flag. This is copper concentrate going from Chile to South Korea. And this is an ammonia carrier taking ammonia produced in Chile and taking it to South Korea. So if I just give these 2 projects a bit more focus, I'll show you both what we're doing in the pure car truck carrier project as well as what we're doing in the ammonia carrier project. So if we start with the pure car truck carrier project, it's probably not a surprise to anyone that there's a huge focus on car manufacturing and vehicle production in South Korea. And there are a number of projects looking into how can the shipping of the cars be done in a CO2 neutral way. So the project we're looking at right now is originating out of Ulsan and Masan, and it goes to Tacoma and Portland. And the first leg here is to decarbonize this part. The actual service string is much longer. You can see it goes down to Long Beach through the canal and all the way to Europe, and also goes back and goes to New Zealand and Australia via Singapore back to South Korea. But we're not able in the first part of the project to get enough methanol to have it decarbonized all the way through. So we'll start by decarbonizing the first leg, but thereby also allowing others, if they produce methanol in New Zealand, to know that now there is a vessel coming here which could actually use the methanol, so it would thereby unlock more methanol production along the way. When we're doing this, this is when we started the project, so currently we're deeper into the project, but what we're doing, here you see that we're taking our methodology, and the first part assessment says that for every car equivalent unit, it will cost around $250 extra, and a car is 1.4 CEU. So the initial view is that it's going to cost around $400 extra per car to be transported in a CO2 neutral way. These numbers will come down as we start having a better insight into the actual payment and into the actual cost here. But that's just to give you a flavor. We're using our methodology, and this is roughly how we see the cost development of this corridor. So that's what we're doing in the project. So with that knowledge, of course, we also need to find out who can pay for that incremental cost. Part of that will be paid by the car manufacturer, part of that will be paid by the vessel owner, but it cannot be paid all, because if it could be paid all, it would happen today. So again, we're looking at this model here from our methodology, and we're then looking into who could, in South Korea, could have an interest in actually closing that cost gap, and who on the US side could have an interest in helping closing that cost gap. So in the methodology, we identified those 5-10 different options for closing the cost gap, and then by the end of the project, when we have the full insight, we then approach each one of them and say, are you interested in actually supporting this? So for the pure car truck carrier, of course we know that that South Korea has a major export in this industry, but also within shipbuilding. We currently work on this project in enabling decarbonized transportation of cars across the Pacific, and we do see that those producing electrical cars, that there is a keen interest in seeing if that can be done CO2 neutral. We currently see, as I said, about $400 per car in the additional cost of transporting it in a CO2 neutral way, but this cost will come down as we start maturing the project further. And what we need to find out is how can we close that additional cost? Some of it will, of course, in the future, will have to be done by those buying the cars, but there will be a need for additional support to unlock this corridor here. So that's the pure car truck carrier project we're doing. We are currently identifying these different actors, and we start having meetings with them these days. The other project that I just want to show is the ammonia carrier, and that could be from a number of different places. Our project is from northern Chile, bringing ammonia into the coal-fired power plants in South Korea. The same is the view from Japan, a way to decarbonize the industry and thereby reduce the CO2 emission of the country is to co-fire the coal-fired power plants, so thereby having ammonia as a fuel into the power plants. So as I said, we are currently investigating this option here. We're also investigating this option here, but this is not as mature as this one. And others are looking from Australia, and we saw before that there was an initial test of taking blue ammonia from Saudi Arabia to South Korea, and that's of course also a future option of ammonia intake. But what we want to make sure is that this is also done in a decarbonized way. So this is just giving you a different view on the model. So what our model can also do is that it can calculate what is that incremental cost of carrying ammonia green. So South Korea has recently announced its power auction on hydrogen for the power plants, which will most likely be with ammonia as the carrier. But unfortunately, that power auction does not ask for the transportation of this ammonia to be done in a green way. So what we will see in the first power auction is that because there is a very high focus on the price, we'll probably see that these will be LNG or LSFO, so fuel oil fueled vessels bringing in the green energy, because the power auction is only focused on getting the energy to the power plants and not also doing it in a green way. So that's what we're trying to do, is we're trying to convey that message that it should actually also be done in a green way. And here we can see that the initial view is that it will cost around $30 per ton of ammonia if it has to be transported in a green way. And the cost of the ammonia for these initial projects is probably going to be in the order of $1,000 to $1,200 per ton. So we again see that we're talking a few percent of the total cost to actually also transport it in a green way. If we want to go another way and not support the projects in getting them to be decarbonized, but actually want to do it with a regulation, the method that we have can also calculate a CO2 taxation. So here you can see we have added in a CO2 taxation of $250 per ton, and then the incremental cost is almost gone. I mean, in this case here, it's $5 per ton. So we know that the cost that we're currently carrying is a bit too high. So what we're saying is that if the regulation from IMO was $250 per ton of CO2, then that would close the cost gap. But because it will take some time for this CO2 pricing to be effectuated, we need, again, as I said before, we need someone to support these projects so that they start moving. So when we look at the roadmap going forward for the ammonia carrier, this goes out of Chile, and there is quite a lot of interest in Chile to actually produce green hydrogen and green ammonia. So there are options for funding in the Chile system because this supports a long-term strategy in Chile. And obviously, as I said, from a South Korean point of view, the view of decarbonize by co-firing the coal-fired power plants will also allow South Korea to support these projects, amongst others with the power auction that was announced a couple of months ago. So this is what we're trying to do here. We're trying, again, to find out who can jointly support these projects so that we get the first projects moving and thereby start getting that cost down, which is so fundamental for this decarbonization in total, because else we will stay on these very high prices for the alternative fuels. So for the ammonia project, these are very important for South Korea to meet these CO2 targets for 2030. We will see that the future production cost will be reduced when we get more projects, but we need to get the first projects rolling before we can get into that cost down. We do see that some of these, the importing, that, for example, the power auction, that takes a front role in getting these projects started. So the power auction does enable some of these projects. Our wish is, of course, that it should also entail a transportation of the hydrogen or ammonia in a green way. We currently see that it will cost around $30 to $40 per ton of ammonia to be transported, and this is our cost projection. So you could hopefully recognize the same figure as you saw before with what is the cost of the e-ammonia and the blue ammonia in the future. So we hope that in the future, of course, we'll see this cost down, but it would only happen if we get some of these projects to start. So therefore, we also need public support for some of these ammonia projects. And this is not just for the South Korean projects, this is what we see all over the planet for all the projects that we're doing. So in summary, we see that the green corridors, they offer an option for an early deployment of these zero-emission fuels. So we gathered these first movers into project consortia and thereby try to find out how much are they willing to invest in these projects, but how much of additional funding is needed. And there is that inherent cost difference between the fossil fuel and the lower zero-emission fuels, especially those with a large scalability. And that is really the main challenge here, because we cannot see an economic business case the way that we do it in the present setup, where everyone just wants to get their transportation as cheap as possible. So we need to get into a mindset where we as consumers are willing to pay more, and until that happens, we need to see that there is public support for some of these projects. So we have developed this very thorough and transparent methodology so that we can find out what is that support, that incentive that is needed that we can actually find out exactly how much is needed to move these projects forward and ask for the taxpayers' money in a prudent way. We are involved in a number of projects around the planet. As I said, we have 4 which are currently touching South Korea. Some of them will be importing stuff to South Korea, others will be exporting material out of South Korea. And the second half of this year is the year, or the period, where we will go once again to South Korea, discuss with the funding options that we see in South Korea. So there is no doubt that currently South Korea is at the forefront of decarbonizing the maritime industry together with a couple of other countries. That's why we have a majority of our projects related to South Korea, but we also need to see a real stand behind the initial words of being interested in this decarbonization and thereby secure the funding that is needed for these projects to move forward. So if anyone in the room or knows of anyone who says, oh, this fits perfectly with our funding option, then please reach out. And then I can only welcome you all to visit our methodology and thereby know a bit more of how we're doing our Green Corridor projects. And the methodology is shown here with the QR code. So with those words, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your great presentation and your expertise. 네, 감사의 박수 보내주고 계신데요. 고맙습니다.
So thank you very much for that very insightful presentation. That was a presentation by Mr. Yuan Svendensen, and we talked about cooperation with Korea in terms of operating the Green Corridor.
선박해야
Allow me to introduce the next speaker. The next speaker is Kang Hee-jin, Senior Director of the Korea Research Institute of Ships and Ocean Engineering. His presentation is titled Energy Production Requirements and Preparation Strategies for Establishing the Alternative Fuel Supply Chain. Please welcome him with a big hand.
안녕하세요.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, I'm Kang Hee-jin from CRISO. As you can see, the title of my presentation is quite long. Now we are faced with having to use alternative fuels. So I would like to take a look at the energy production requirements and what kind of preparation ports need to make in order to establish a alternative fuel supply chain. Around 2050, the goal is to achieve carbon neutrality. In the short term, there is a goal of reducing CO2 emissions at least 40% by 2030. In order to achieve this goal, we need a lot of preparation in terms of vessels, in terms of technology, and in terms of ports. But I do believe that we need further preparation. I would like to take a look at the status of technology development. The previous speaker, Johan, touched upon the green shipping corridors. I work with ships, so my focus is on ships. If you look at it from the ship perspective, green methanol is 6 or 10 times more expensive than existing fossil fuels. This means in order to reduce the cost of fossil fuels, we continue to use fuel-efficient technologies, and this will be continued to be in need in the future as well. Excuse me. And if you look at vessels, we also need to change the design of some vessels. Currently, we could use green ammonia or green ammonia methanol to achieve the zero emission targets, but this is not a sustainable solution. The sustainable solution is to develop new technology. So we need to take a look at how we are going to produce alternative fuels and how these fuels are going to be stored and how they are going to be used for bunkering. So these are some of the issues that need to be solved. And as for the rising costs, how are the cargo owners and how are the consumers going to accept this rise in cost? And there is also the issue of acceptability of these changes. And I believe that in the future moving forward, we need to reach a consensus and an understanding regarding these issues. As you can see, a lot of projects are currently underway, especially with regards to technology. For these technologies to be adapted to the vessels and to be recognized for their efficiencies, we need to accumulate data with regards to vessels. And when it comes to bunkering of ammonia and methanol, we also need to provide education to the crew, and we also need new safety procedures in terms of bunkering as well. And so we also need demonstrations by vessel to prove that these technologies work. And Korean Register, HMM, and our organization to that end is collaborating on a number of projects here in Korea. I would now like to talk about some potential alternative fuels. As mentioned, there are biofuels and also green methanol. From the vessel point of view, these fuels are commercialized and in use, and ammonia engines are likely to enter the market very soon, and there are some companies that already have prototypes in the market. I think from LNG to methanol, from methanol to ammonia, this is sort of the direction we see going forward, and we do not believe that one fuel will dominate the market. Rather, several different types of alternative fuels will be used depending on the route, for instance, or the corridor. And as mentioned earlier, there have been a lot of projects regarding methanol and biofuel. And so there is a case of bunkering using methanol at the Ulsan port. A domestic law does not yet stipulate methanol as a fuel oil yet. So we need to develop a global standard, and we also need to accumulate data and also real data. And we need to prove the credibility, the stability, and the safety. And we also need to be recognized for these bunkering procedures that are being developed in hand with the fuel. So you can see by vessel, many different vessels are using many different alternative fuel oils. For instance, ammonia vessels use ammonia that is evaporated into the air, so they can adopt ammonia propulsion. If you look at passenger ships or cruise, it is difficult for them to use ammonia. It is likely that they will use hydrogen fuel cells or other electrical options. And the reason for this is you need to take into consideration the types of vessels, the corridors, and also the users. And so from the port perspective, they would have to have infrastructure to accommodate various different types of fuel, basically. And so there is a lot of preparation that has to be made by the port side. And if we take a look at green hydrogen, if you look at the production of green hydrogen, it takes about 0.3% of the entire hydrogen production currently, and this is expected to rise. How are we going to respond to this? Yet in Korea, we are importing all methanol and ammonia, and this is likely the case for green methanol and green ammonia. As you know, in Korea, we used to import oil from the Middle East, and it is likely that our imports will become more diversified. And another issue is how are we going to secure a global supply chain to provide alternative fuels that can be quite costly in a more economically sound, at a more economically sound price in Korea. This is going to be a very key issue for alternative fuel in Korea. Globally, 200 million tons of fuel are used in ships. If you change this into ammonia, that would be around 450 million tons of ammonia per year. If you think about methanol or ammonia, hydrogen accounts for 80% of the cost, which means that if in the process of creating a green hydrogen, the most important matter is how economically you can produce green hydrogen. That is the most essential issue. So how much energy is going to be produced in Korea and how much will be imported. And in terms of national security and in terms of economy, what level is appropriate for Korean companies to operate. As you know, Korea has been through volatile times due to the supply and demand of energy sources in the past. And so this has to be a consideration that has to be made. I was mentioned that 80% of cargo is shipped via the ocean. And in Korea, imports, 99.7% of imports come through these routes. So if we are not able to secure a supply chain, then we will become very vulnerable to energy prices and other factors. So this is something that we need to take into consideration. And from now on, I would like to take a look at what has been announced by the Korean Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries in November. You can see that our government is taking many measures and preparations. And as you can see, it first aims to expand alternative fuel supply by around 30% by 2030. So they have a plan and they have action plans entailed to this goal. And they also plan to increase arrival of green-fueled container ships by 20%. This was also stipulated in the plan that was announced in November by the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. And when diverse green-fueled container ships enter our ports, the government also plans to provide and secure port storage capacity for bunkering as well. And this has been mentioned various times by the previous speakers. And what was mentioned is that eco-friendly fuel is very expensive. And so we need an institutional sort of a strong hand in order for this to be implemented. And as a result, as in other countries, in Korea, the government is leading the way. In other words, in terms of changing the fleet into environmentally friendly fleets, and also the government is leading the way in establishing regulations and easing restrictions, and also taking on various measures to drive down the costs. More specifically, the goal in Korea is to supply 600,000 tons of LNG and 230,000 tons of methanol by 2027. So this is a publicly backed preemptive supply of essential quantities. Ulsan Port will store these alternative fuels, and bunkering will be available at Ulsan Port. This is a plan. Green methanol is being stored at closed mines in the Tebek area. So they are using idle power to produce green hydrogen, to produce green methanol, and they are planning to supply this green methanol to the ports. And the government is also planning to convert 118 national ocean-going ships by 2030, and around 467 government ships have been targeted for conversion, and plans are in place to replace 199 aging ships. If certified as a eco-friendly vessel, then the government provides support for constructing the vessels. And again, I would also like to say that without government support, it is very difficult to make these conversions into eco-friendly ships due to market uncertainties, to technology issues, and also the cost issues. And the government is, like any other country, actually paying a lot of attention to this area and looking at ways to support the conversion into eco-friendly ships. And as I mentioned earlier, it is not ideal for Korea to be overly reliant on foreign or overseas energy sources. So there are also plans to be able to store eco-friendly fuels at some ports in Korea, namely in this case, the port of Incheon. And so far, I talked about alternative fuel and also what kind of preparations ports would need to make. And one of the biggest trends now that I would like to highlight that is occurring in Korea is the digitalization of shipping. From the crew point of view, they have to handle new fuels and new propulsion methods, and they have to do this with fewer manpower. And we always talk about risk. And risk is the possibility of something that can happen times the severity of such an incident. So if an incident occurs, the chances of that incident becoming a grave issue is actually becoming higher. So the risk is becoming higher.
In video from the day of the blast, you can see white flashes, what appear to be fireworks, going off before the massive explosion. A former port worker told the Guardian newspaper he warned for years it was a disaster waiting to happen and says nothing was done.
This is an explosion that happened in Beirut several years ago. So if we are to store ammonia in the port, the likelihood of this sort of explosion happening is very slim because of the various safety regulations and the technology. But despite the slim chances, if we are to store tens of thousands of ammonia very close to residential areas and very close to a city, then we would have to think about how we are going to win over and how we are going to convince the residents. So we would have to communicate very clearly what sort of safety measures will be taken into place. And recently in Korea, off its coast, a freight carrier and an LNG carrier clashed. And you can see the LNG carrier was involved in an incident, and in this case, it was LNG, but if this carrier was carrying green methanol or ammonia, we have to think about how we can ensure safety measures and what sort of actions the port can take. And we need to do this preemptively. And if ammonia is evaporated, then in order for rescue teams or recovery teams to be able to approach, they would need to have appropriate protective gear, and they would also have to have equipment that would lower the pressure outside. And so we need to make sure that the responders, the first responders to the scene, can also be equipped. And so, as you know, SOLAS was created after the sinking of Titanic. So these are basically safety measures and safety apparatus that need to be included on vessels for safety. And as you can see, there were many incidents where people died and where vessel incidents led to contamination of the ocean. So I don't think that we should wait for an incident to occur for us to include security measures and safety measures for these new alternative fuels. And so we need to be proactively prepared. And as you know, there are procedures where verified procedures and verified methodology to identify risk and to come up with safety measures for instance, the use of toxic alternative fuels. And so we need to go through these procedures in advance. And Korea was the first to successfully carry out methanol bunkering. And if we continue this track record and we continue to build safety measures, I think that we will be able to continue to lead. If you look at what is highlighted here in red, this isn't just about what is the biggest risk area. It shows how this risk is mitigated and what kind of safety measures are in place in order to reduce the risk. So although it seems very natural, we are taking various measures, even in terms of LNG, to ensure the safe use of LNG. And it was mentioned earlier, globally, many countries are trying to establish a green corridor. And through this process, we will be able to share a lot of technology and knowledge. And by many partners taking part, this is an opportunity for the industry to become eco-friendly. So we're now actually, many countries are focused on alternative fuel and also ships, but I think that we also need to prepare from the port side as well. And this will also be a very critical element to the safe use and the safe transition. And this is a picture that I always show whenever I deliver a presentation. If you actually type in renewable and also eco-friendly vessels and try ChatGPT to come up with a picture, this is the drawing that you get on the left-hand side. But on the right-hand side, if we continue down this carbon neutral path, I think that it will lead to sustainable development on all fronts. It can create jobs, it can boost an economy, it can also spur a dying regional economy as well. And so from this perspective, I think that decarbonization of maritime industry and also the use of alternative fuel is very significant. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Kang Hee-jin. He was the third speaker of the third session. That was Mr. Kang Hee-jin, who is a senior director at Crusoe. He talked about alternative fuel cells and also what sort of strategies are needed for ports to prepare for such transition and changes. And with that, all the speakers have delivered their presentation, and we dealt with alternative fuel oils, and we also talked about future technologies and how we are going to secure a future with these two elements. And now I would like to invite as moderator the first speaker of this session, Mr. Song Kang-hyun. He talked about carbon cost and mass production and also cost competitiveness. And I'm sure that he has more follow-up comments, and I'm sure that those in the audience will also have insights to share. Our second speaker was Mr. Johan Viskes-Svensson. He talked about green corridors and also green corridor projects that are being carried out with South Korea. And Mr. Kang Hee-jin also highlighted alternative fuel oil, and he also talked about port preparations. And in order to gain more insight, we have secured time for discussion. As I mentioned earlier, Mr. Song Kang-hyun will serve as moderator for this discussion session. And now I would like to invite our panelists to the stage. I would like to invite Mr. Johan Viskes-Svensson, who is the head of program at the Catalyzed Ecosystem Transition of MMMC. And we will also be joined by Mr. Nam Chang-sub, who is the director of the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, Maritime Industry and Technology Division. Please welcome our panelists to the stage.
네, 송강현 연구소장님께서 네, 저와 가장 가까운 좌석으로 배석해 주시면 되겠습니다. 네, 네 분의 심도 깊은 토의를 나누고 플로우 Q&A까지 함께 이루어질 예정입니다. 저장님, 바로 마이크 넘겨드리겠습니다.
네, 감사합니다. 오늘
Hello, everyone. The title of this session was Supply of Ship Fuel and Port Energy in the Eco-Friendly Era. We heard 3 presentations. I would like to thank our presenters once again. The panel discussion includes the 3 speakers and also Mr. Nam Chang-sub. The key topic of our session is ship fuel and a green corridor. And we have invited the person in charge of these 2 topics at the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries of Korea. We have invited Mr. Nam Chang-sub. Please welcome him with a big hand. Now I would like to invite Mr. Nam Chang-sub first. I would like to pose the first question to Mr. Nam Chang-sub. So in order to implement eco-friendly ships, I guess we would have to build these vessels first. And I understand that many ship owners are planning to introduce eco-friendly ships. But as you know, first movers have a larger risk, and they expect more support from the government. So what kind of support is the government extending to ship owners and other entities that are looking to convert to environmentally friendly ships? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the question. Eco-friendly vessels and ships. We do have a law on the development and promotion of environmentally friendly vessels. And so we have a basic plan that covers 5 years. And shipping companies are making a conversion to eco-friendly ships to achieve net zero emissions. And I think that we can broadly categorize the support that we are extending to them into 3 categories. First, we are helping companies to understand and prepare for the IMO regulations. So we hold technical seminars and we hold conferences, and we also encourage and provide opportunities for shipbuilding associations and other maritime associations to take part in IMO councils or meetings. And so we are helping them prepare by sharing policies and also helping their understanding of various regulations. And the second way we support these companies is through direct financial assistance. And so when companies are seeking to build eco-friendly vessels, around 10 to 20% of the vessel cost we provide subsidies, or through state-run banks, we offer various financial programs as well. And thirdly, We conduct various R&D projects with CRISO and other institutions. So we are trying to secure technology related to alternative fuel and also eco-friendly vessels so that our industry players can take advantage.
지금 뭐 워낙
So IMO regulations, I think every month we're getting new information on this. And so sharing this with shipping companies, providing financial R&D support is also being provided by the Korean government. So I have a question for Mr. Svensson.
This is better than my Korean.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you very much for your very comprehensive presentation and also flying from so long distance. And actually, I don't have any question to you because you have already touched every good aspect of the establishing of a green shipping corridor. But I'd like to highlight some very important you already addressed. So, I forgot. Okay, last year, the day before yesterday, I joined the European committee of our company. I met several cargo owners like BIMCO or ICS and Intertanko, but all they say commonly that the establishing of a green corridor is very, very extremely challenging. So I'd like to ask you, what is the most challenging part of establishing of this green corridor? And could you introduce some measure to overcome that hurdle?
Yes, so thank you for the kind words. I think that what you showed yourself and what we discussed in the session here is that the price difference between the fossil fuel and the alternative fuels of the future, that is the main barrier. And if all we as people on the planet strive for is to get things as cheap as possible, then we will always see this challenge because the alternative fuels will never come to the same price as the fossil fuel. So we need to find a way of closing that cost gap by changing our attitude to what it costs to transport things. And I believe that in the long run, with the younger generations having more focus on the green transition and the climate, that it will happen in the future. The challenge is that we do not have that time to just wait for this slowly change. We need it to happen now to combat the climate changes and the issues we see with climate change. And that's why we need bold first mover companies, organizations stepping into this and say they're willing to take part of the risk, part of the cost, but we also need the rich countries of the planet to step in and say, we need to take responsibility here and to cover part of that cost gap. That could be by financing the vessels, it could be by providing the bunkering facilities in the ports, it could be by all kind of measures. But we need to find ways to close that cost gap so that we can get onto that curve, because we tend all to show that curve where the alternative fuels, they will be more and more, they will become cheaper with time, but they will only become cheaper over time if there is that cost down, and that cost down will only happen if we have the projects. So it's not something that is just part of nature that things will be cheaper. Things will become cheaper as we have more projects. So that's why we have seen solar PV coming down with 90%, is because there has been produced a lot of solar PV. So these first projects, they will be on, they will develop things that they know for sure in 5-10 years time will be cheaper. So everyone will just sit and wait if there is not someone stepping in and saying, we need to do what is right instead of doing what is correct from an old business point of view where we just look at the business case. If we just look at the business case, it's much better just to wait. And we need to get away from that mindset. So we need to find the companies, the organizations, and the governments, the banks who are willing to invest, I could say, what they earned in the past, to invest some of that in order for this to happen. So that is the main barrier. it's not producing ammonia that is difficult. I mean, it's not producing hydrogen that is difficult. There are some technical challenges with the ammonia engine, and that will most likely be up and running within, I don't know, the next couple of years. Everything else is known. I mean, methanol engines for vessels have been known for the last 5, 6, 7 years. Ulsan has been bunkering methanol. So it's not difficult, it's just costly. And that's just a decision for policymakers and companies. If it's only money, then it's within what we can do. I mean, we have seen that before during the pandemic. So there's definitely things we can do if it is not a technical issue. And this one here is more a decision issue.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyway, it is very challenging, but we should overcome for our next generation, and to do that, we need some cooperation. Okay, thank you very much. 다음은 우리
Next, I have a question for Mr. Kang Hee-jin. Thank you for your presentation. You talked specifically about what sort of preparations ports should make, and you highlighted the need for safety measures. And as you mentioned, there's quite a diverse range of alternative fuel oils, from hydrogen to ammonia. And you talked about how ports should prepare, but can you elaborate more on how they should prepare and what sort of strategies ports should have? I think in the short term, I think we should recognize the challenges in storing and bunkering, for instance, fuel types like ammonia near a city center or near a population-dense area. Ulsan, I think, is more prepared, and so we need to review how we can perhaps, for instance, provide bunkering offshore. And we also need to ensure bunkering capabilities as well. You mentioned SMR earlier, and the fuel cell batteries for vehicles is actually dropping. And so we see this trend accelerating. And so SFC vessels, they may enter the port, but they cannot turn off their engine, for instance. So how can the port get energy from these vessels? And how can we change the facilities that provide and supply electricity to vessels to receive residual energy from vessels as well? This is something that we can think about. And I think in Ulsan and Busan, there is a lot of preparation going into trying to meet certain requirements of the future. And in order for these ports to become hubs, it seems like there needs to be a lot of preparation. The next question goes to Mr. Nam Chang-seop. As Johan mentioned, there is a lot of interest in green corridors, and in Korea, the public is leading, or the government is leading the establishment of the green corridor. As I understand, the government is quite active with regards to green corridor policies. So can you update us on the status of green corridor policies in Korea and sort of the future direction? As mentioned in some of the presentations earlier, the government is making diverse efforts and collaborating with countries to secure and establish green corridors. And as you know, globally, around 50 green corridor routes have been identified. And so there are different shipping companies and ports and countries that are involved. Korea has worked with the Energy Department and the State Department, with the Foreign Ministry of Korea and the Oceans and Fisheries Maritime, to designate the Busan-Ulsan port to Tacoma port as a green corridor. And we are probably going to use methanol propulsion vessels. And the goal is to start this corridor in 2027. And we carried out the pre-feasibility study last year. And this year, we are carrying out the feasibility study, and we are establishing the roadmap. And in August, we will be carrying a bilateral maritime conference, and we will will come up with more specific plans. Also, we are working with Australia to set up a green corridor route with Australia that will cover ammonia vessels as well. Thank you very much.
하고 다른
So you talked about our plans with the United States. The shipping companies and the ports, I believe, have a very important role to play as well. I have another question for Dr. Kang.
씨
As Johan mentioned earlier, I think the most important factor would be the cost of fuels. For instance, methanol or ammonia. I'm sure there is a way to produce domestically, and of course, we can also import from abroad. What do you think is what method do you think is more competitive for Korea? Are there pros and cons for each approach? I'm an engineer, so I usually focus on the technological side of things. But as you mentioned, the most important factor is the economic competitiveness. We are importing methanol, almost all methanol, because it is more expensive to produce domestically. So if we are to import, we need to diversify our import sources. And we also need to think about transferring technology overseas and transferring the production base overseas as well. Australia and the US, Saudi Arabia have a very good environment to produce ammonia using renewable energy sources. So I think we need to diversify our import sources, and by doing so, we can gain an upper hand, if you will, in terms of negotiating price. 99.7% of our cargo comes via maritime routes. And so we need to look at the various routes and see which routes are the most economical. And so you're talking about how we need to evaluate different portfolios and different routes.
that the most critical part is the price. Okay, I would like to ask that there is a big gap between the fossil fuel and this green fuel. Could you highlight who pay? How can we reduce this price gap?
There will always be a price gap. So I think it's important for everyone to remember that the e-ammonia will never be at the same low price as we have for LNG today, and that the LNG cost we have today is, in principle, artificial low because we're not paying for the pollution with CO2. So some would also say that the taxpayers, I mean, if you didn't have to pay tax here in Seoul for people handling the trash, then you could just throw all the trash on the street, and then of course you would not pay as much in tax. But it would be pretty annoying if everyone threw all that trash in the street, and that is in principle what we're doing with the CO2. We're just throwing it into the atmosphere, no one can see it. But we kind of accept that we have to pay for our trash, for having that handled in a constructive way. So we need to have a pricing on CO2. That is probably the best way to close the cost gap, is to make the fossil fuel pay for the damage they are doing, and thereby giving them, in that way, making the alternative fuels reach a cost par with the fossil fuel. But it's not because the alternative fuels will come massively down in cost, it's because the fossil fuel will be priced to a level where that gap will be closed. So I think that is the way to close the cost gap in the long run. That's a regulation. It's going to be very painful in the first, decades, until we as people get used to that it is more expensive to take care of the planet than what we have done the last 50 years. But when we get to that point, it will just be, that will also become normal, as many other things have become normal. But we need to get into the mindset that we will have to pay. If we emit a lot of CO2, we'll have to pay for it. That is, in the long run, how we close the cost gap. And as I said before, we just do not have the time to wait for that regulation to kick in, and that's why we need some of the rich companies, rich countries to join forces and develop these green corridors. So while we wait for the regulation, Port of Busan becomes a hub for actually demonstrating how to handle the fuels, so that when the fossil fuels are priced to the relevant level, then these ports are also ready to take on board the methanol and ammonia. And we get the production established in places so that we can scale that production. So I think it's a twofold thing. We need the initial projects to start, although they are within a poor business case environment, and then we need regulation to be in place that would price the emission of CO2 to a level that will make us choose alternative fuels rather than fossil fuels.
Okay, thank you very much.
So these are some issues that are very difficult to overcome, but I think the end users are becoming more and more aware of the risks of CO2, and more people will be willing to pay more to protect the environment. In the past, the government, the financial institutions did not have to provide as much support, but as you mentioned, going forward, we will need the support from the government and other institutions. I think we now have time to entertain questions from the floor. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand.
네.
예, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. I'm from the Port Authority. I'm Park. I have a question related to ammonia or ammonia systems. Should I ask all my questions or should I ask one question and wait for the response? What did you say? I have questions related to systems. I have two questions. So do you want me to pose all my questions? Okay, so the first question is ammonia is categorized depending on who takes care of it. It's different. So if the environment ministries it is considered a toxic material. From the MOT, it's called toxic gas. And the labor ministry, it's supposed to be handled in closed quarters. So, in short, we have various regulations and laws pertaining to ammonia depending on the ministry that is handling ammonia. But up till now, this was not a big issue because the use of ammonia was not that prevalent. I think that with all these laws and regulations, it will be more difficult going forward on the ground. So I'm curious to know if there are any discussions to consolidate these laws and regulations that cover ammonia in the future. I think you are very bright when it comes to regulations. I think I should respond to this question since I represent the government. So I'm sure you have encountered various different standards and regulations depending on the ministry in charge. If you look at IMO, if you look at IMO propulsion vessels or transportation vessels, they are in the process of establishing codes. And so the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, Maritime, is also waiting for global standards. We are also working to come up with different standards under the industrial law. But there is a lack of such standards and information when it comes to ammonia propulsion vehicles. And so we are working with the shipping companies and also various R&D institutions. We are also keeping an eye on the global trend in order to come up with standards and regulations in Korea. And as you mentioned earlier, we do have discrepancies in the law and regulations in Korea regarding ammonia, for instance, and consolidating these laws and regulations will not be easy. But when ammonia is used on land to reduce CO2, for instance, if it is used in power plants or in factories and facilities, then I think that there will be a government-wide effort to negotiate and consolidate some of the laws and regulations. And with regards to this point, I think our ministry will have to communicate with other ministries and also look into that as well. And for your information, in Kunsan, as we introduced, we do carry out experiments using ammonia. And I truly can understand your question because we have to meet various different requirements and laws and regulations by different entities. And as mentioned earlier, it's actually very difficult to carry out these experiments and also to meet safety requirements and also to meet and not violate the various different laws and regulations set forth by the different ministries. So I think that ultimately we need to consolidate these laws and regulations. But I think before that, in the short term, we perhaps need a special zone that exempts some regulations and standards. My second question also relates to the systems related to ammonia. If you look at ammonia, the SDL is 35 ppm, and for 8 hours, it's around TW 25 ppm. And when people recognize ammonia, it's around 2 to 3 ppm. So when it is used on ground, the workers will be able to recognize and they will evacuate on land. But I think offshore, it will be more risky. I think it is more dangerous when used offshore. And depending on who is handling the ammonia, it would be different. On land, most of the ammonia is handled by large conglomerates in Korea, and these large conglomerates have the financial means to hire workers and educate them. However, if you look at the bunkering sort of companies, they are smaller in size than the large conglomerates, and so they do not have enough financial means or capacity to actually hire a qualified and high-quality workforce. And so this is quite ironic because, as I mentioned earlier, handling ammonia offshore will be more dangerous, but the companies that operate offshore have less means to hire qualified workers as opposed to land use ammonia, where large conglomerates have the means and the capacity to hire more qualified workers. And do you have any measures or any approaches that we could take to sort of overcome this gap or irony, if you will, contradiction? I think that was a very pertinent question. As you mentioned, the guideline is 25 ppm, and also instantaneous exposure is 300 ppm. And as you mentioned, on vessels or offshore, the space is not that big. And if there is more chances that the ammonia will gather in the engine room or some other space. So if you look at IMO is very, very well aware of the risks and dangers. And there's a lot of unfamiliar territory when it comes to handling ammonia. If you look at LNG, there were a lot of LNG vessels, and there's a lot of LNG regulations in place. because we are speeding through, I think IMO has yet to catch up when it comes to regulations related to ammonia. And I think with IMO, the government, and IAX, and all these institutions are quite conservative when it comes to placing regulations. And if you look at online, there's a single pipe, but offshore, there's supposed to be double pipes or dual pipes. And so because we're in the very early stages, everybody is quite stringent and quite conservative when it comes to safety regulations. So I think that once all the entities gain confidence after some time when they have a track record of safety, then there will be more confidence. And I think there also should be cool training, and this is something that we are also providing as well. To add to that, I think that there will be a mass code once ammonia propulsion vessels become more widespread. I think ammonia vessels will have a Chapter 17 to cover the safety of workers. I think that will go hand in hand with the other safeties and regulations that will be developed. So this is something that is being considered by many different entities, is what I'm trying to say.
네, 우리 강 박사님 굉장히 좋은 포인트 말씀하신.
Thank you for raising that point, Dr. Kang. So through ammonia, you can remote control engines, or you can also have autonomous vessels, and I think technology in those areas will be rapidly developed. So are there any further questions?
네.
네,
So I am working at the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. With regard to the presentation delivered by Johan, it was very good. I have a question for you. So at the MMM Center, how many Green Corridor projects do you have? And which Green Corridor projects do you think will come online the fastest? And with regard to economic visibility, cost gap that you mentioned, I think that will change depending on the institutional or policy arrangements or the market situation. So can you also elaborate on that?
I'll give a try. So at the center, we are working, as I showed in the presentation, both with projects in pre-feasibility, which is more the screening of a certain area or region, and feasibility projects. So we have, after our successful project together with the ministries here in Korea, with the US State Department and the Department of Energy in the US, we have joined forces with the US State Department and are currently undertaking 5 pre-feasibility studies in developing countries. So after having done Northern Europe, Chile, South Korea, US, Australia, New Zealand, we decided that it was time to spend our resources in pre-feasibility in developing countries, and we have finalized our work in Namibia. We're currently undertaking work in Panama and the Philippines. We'll do Fiji and small island states next year together with Kenya and Ghana and Nigeria. So that is roughly 5 or 6 pre-feasibility studies that we are either undertaking or have planned. We're then carrying out approximately 15 feasibility projects. Some of them have just started. Others are, as you rightly said, closer to actually going through the feasibility. So, amongst the team that I have, there is a friendly but fierce competition in who can get the first project through feasibility. We have 6 projects which are approaching end of feasibility this year, and 2 of them are the one that we discussed today, the pure car truck carrier out of Ulsan Masan is one of the most developed. It is the ammonia carriers. It's a cruise project in the Mediterranean, so we're carrying out a couple of cruise projects. The most developed is the one we're doing in the Mediterranean. Then we have 2 projects in Chile, which are approaching end of feasibility, and then we're looking at a dry bulk carrier out of Louisiana to either Japan, South Korea, or towards Europe. So these are the 6 different projects we're doing so that they could go through feasibility without necessarily having to be operationalized immediately afterwards. And that is primarily for those which are also ammonia fueled. So if they have ammonia as the fuel, it will probably be until 27, 28 before they'll be in the water, whereas the projects on methanol, they will be in the water around 26, 27. So the methanol projects are more likely to be on water before the ammonia projects, but from a feasibility standpoint, we would still consider them developed. So the last question, what was that? Can you repeat the last question?
How to treat the uncertainty of the fuel price?
Okay, the uncertainty on the fuel price, this might sound very wrong when I say this, but it does not exist when you sanction a project. So when a fuel project decides to sanction a project, they have a certain capex that they invest into the project. And that capex will, because it's very, very capex intensive, they will determine the fuel price that will come out of that unit. So there will be, so when we talked about the cost down before, that is the global project portfolio that would see a cost down. But the actual project will not see a cost down because it has locked more or less all its capex investment in a unit with a certain production capacity. So the individual projects, they will not see a large cost down. It is the next project that will have a lower cost because it can learn from the previous project. So, and this is why they need the financial help, is that the first project that will sanction a project on, I don't know, let's say methanol, they will most likely pay, I don't know, $1,800 per ton of methanol. But in the long run, we believe that the methanol cost will come down to $1,200 per ton of methanol. But if someone builds a unit today that can produce, let's say, 200,000 or 500,000 tons of methanol at $1,800 per ton, then that unit cannot itself be forced down to $1,200 per ton because it has already done the investment. And that's why these first projects are so important to get a funding for. So for the projects, they need to, the funding option need to understand that if we take the first project tomorrow, let's say that someone sanctioned a project tomorrow, that might have a fuel cost that would actually never be able to be commercial because it would be the first project in the world, and therefore it will always stay at that high cost because the project itself cannot get a cost down. And this is what the ministries of Ocean and Fishery or the Danish Ministry of Energy or World Bank would have to accept, that these first projects, they will be very poor business cases because we will not see a cost down. In the long run, of course, the next project will be cheaper, the next project will be cheaper. So what we have to be aware of is that we do not see that the customer, for example, the shipping line, that they then jump to the next project and then say, oh, I can get it now for $1,500 per ton over here. Now I can get it for $1,200 per ton over here, because we'll end up with a number of stranded assets. And that's why we will have to ask the ministries or those supporting the projects to support with a contract for difference. So if the price is $1,800 per ton, it's just a number that I'm just picking here, then they would have to cover that it will be $1,800 per ton throughout the majority of the project time life because they will not see that cost down. And that is the challenge. And so for the ministries, it will also be a waiting game. There will be less support needed to the project that is being developed in 5 years than the project that is being developed this year. And the ministries, the World Bank, the financial institutes will have to acknowledge that these first projects will need a very high support so that we can get up onto that cost down curve.
Okay, thank you. 네, 좋은 질문 감사합니다. 혹시
예, 답변 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 그럼 이제 시간이 어느 정도 다
I think we have used up all our time. I'd like to thank the presenters for their presentation, and I would also like to especially thank Mr. Nam for joining us despite his busy schedule. And I would also like to thank our audience for really paying attention and also asking very pertinent questions. I hope that through our presentation and discussion, your understanding of the issues have improved. Thank you very much. I would also like to thank the moderator and also the panelists for this session. I would like to invite you back to your seats. Thank you very much. I hope that this was a very meaningful and fruitful session. We will take a 10-minute coffee break before we move on to the special session. So while you take your coffee break, please take part in the session review event on Instagram. Also, please scan the QR code to take part in the satisfaction survey, and please feel free to share your feedback about the session. Also, for our special session, we would like to ask participants to actually put their business cards or submit your business cards at the desk on the right-hand side on your way out. And also, please register yourself for the special session. We will see you back here in 10 minutes. Thank you.
네, 현장에 계신 참석자분들께 다시 한번 강조해 안내해 드립니다. 저희 뒤에 이어질 특별 세션에서는 참가자 명단을 받고 있습니다. 특별 세션에 참여해 주실 현장 참석자분들께서는 게이트 우측에 마련된 등록 데스크에서 명함볼에 명함을 넣어주시고 직접 참가자 명단 작성을 해주시면 감사드리겠습니다. 저희 직원분들께서 안내를 해드리고 있는데요. 게이트 우측에 마련된 데스크에서 명함볼에 명함을 직접 넣어주시고 직접 참가자 명단에도 작성해 주시면 감사드리겠습니다. 고맙습니다. 네, 한 분 한 분 참석자분들께서 장내로 입장해주고 계신데요. 저희 이제 3시 45분부터 시작될 특별 세션을 위해서 현장에 자리해주신 참석자분들께서는 가급적이면 앞쪽에 빈 좌석부터 차례차례 착석해주시면 더 좋을 것 같습니다. 다시 한번 안내드립니다. 앞쪽 빈 좌석으로 함께 이동하셔서 더 따뜻한 시선으로 또 경청해주시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 지금 막 입장하고 계신 참석자분들께서는요, 저희 게이트 우측에 마련된 데스크에 명함볼에 명함을 넣어주시고 참석자 명단까지 작성을 해주시길 당부드립니다. 다시 한번 안내드립니다. 아직 게이트 우측의 등록 데스크에서 명함볼에 명함을 넣지 못하셨거나 참석자 명단 작성을 마치지 못한 분들이 계시다면 빠짐없이 작성 당부를 드리도록 하겠습니다. 네, 모든 준비가 이루어지는 대로요. 저희는 45분부터 본 특별 세션을 진행할 예정입니다. 잠시만 함께 기다려 주십시오. 고맙습니다. 네, 여러분 편안한
I hope you enjoyed your coffee break. We will now begin the special session. I would like to ask the participants joining us now to please sit in the seats in the front first. Now, let me introduce the special session. This session is quite significant, thus it is titled the special session. And in fact, it will cover a topic that has never been covered at this forum before. We will actually be covering the topic of exports of used vehicles. Did you know that used cars are exported the most from Incheon port? This is a fact that I learned through this forum, so I'm actually looking forward to this special session. For the first presenter, I would like to invite Mr. Park Young-hwa, who is the president of the Korea Used Car Export Association. He will deliver a presentation titled, "What is the formula for success for Incheon's export used car industry?" Please welcome him with a big hand.
안녕하십니까. 반갑습니다.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Park Young-hwa, president of the Korea Used Car Export Association. So, to start off, I would like to say that it is a great honor to be speaking in front of you. I would like to thank the organizers for putting together today's meaningful forum. So today I would like to talk about Incheon's export used car industry and how to successfully develop this industry. I majored in humanities, so I can't share with you a fixed formula for ensuring success, but I would like to share with you my experiences and also just candidly talk about the things I have seen and observed. So first, let us begin with the beginning of Incheon export used car industry. I know that some of you are working in this industry and that some of you are interested in the export used car industry. So let me briefly touch upon this topic. So the beginning of the export used car industry, I would say, was around 1995. So that's about 30 years ago. And so it began in the mid-1990s, and we are now exporting 600,000 cars. So in the beginning, it was small shipments through Incheon port, and at the beginning, it was self-sustaining. So what does this mean? So this industry was not developed according to a plan or through a designated export zone. The large conglomerates, some of the people who work there would join hands with buyers, and they came to Incheon port and they would use Incheon port to export the cars. So they just sort of naturally gathered around Incheon port. It was not planned. And we had individual companies, and so government support or government programs, or there was not relevant legislation. It was all sort of self-created and self-sustained in the beginning. And I think I should mention this first, but I will not be able to explain in detail. We're quite behind schedule, and I understand that there are time constraints. So I'm just going to briefly touch upon the key points rather than explain everything in detail. I know we have a panel discussion prepared, so if you have any questions, please feel free to ask questions during the panel discussion. So please allow me to be very brief in my presentation. So as I mentioned, the beginning was through not planning, but it was a self-created industry. We had relevant stakeholders gather around Incheon port, and in the early 21st century, through the exports to Middle East, we rapidly saw the industry grow. So we exported around 200,000 units to the Middle East. And so in 10, 15 years, the number of cars that we exported rapidly grew. And we saw sort of the second stage in growth. And the next thing I would like to talk about is Incheon's export used car industry began in Incheon, and as it developed, it has grown quite a bit, and now I'd like to talk about the current status. So last year, 600 units were exported. In terms of dollars, it's about $6 trillion, 6 trillion won, and about so it export totaled around 7 trillion, 500 billion won. So I think in dollars, how much is that? I can't seem to figure it out right now. But if you include construction equipment, you can see that the export used car industry is quite large in size. And we're not just exporting used cars, it's actually an industry, and it has developed as an industry. In order to export used cars, there are many relevant businesses that need to work closely together. They have to operate businesses and create profits. So I would say that with the export used car industry, we have about 50 related industries. And these industries work closely together. And it's not just our industry, but if you look at the relevant policies, especially the economics policy of Incheon cities and the job creation policies of Incheon city, I believe that our industry has played a big part and is relevant to the implementation of these policies. So this might be a challenge that we face. The export used car industry has developed and grown, and now we're exporting around 6 trillion won. But if you really look at what is happening, I think one of the themes that we are addressing today is how to further develop and grow the export used car industry. So I think we really have to pay attention to the challenges that we face currently. And I know during that panel discussion, we will interact, we will receive questions, and I'm sure that we will further delve on this topic. But if we look at hardware and software, we have many people who work in this industry, and I'm sure you know this, but we have the export used car zone, export zone. And from 15 years ago, Incheon City or Incheon Port Authority, they have tried to create this zone with us. And smart auto mobility is sort of the theme behind creating this zone. So they are negotiating with partners. And of course, we want this zone to be successful. So why is this export zone or cluster important? I think if I try to explain this, it will take up too much time. Without an export zone designated, the export used car industry will not be able to develop systematically and have the foundation for exporting 1 million used cars. So in terms of hardware, we need a designated export zone. Then, we have all the relevant stakeholders come together, interact, and do business together. But as you know, in 2 or 3 years' time, we have to relocate. Of course, in our industry, every year we are used to relocating, but I think it would be wonderful if we could have sort of a stable foundation. From a hardware perspective, the relevant legislation was enacted in 1995, 1998. We have various decrees in place. Ministry of Transport and Industry, I believe, has covered the export used car industry, and some of these regulations or legislations are actually not in sync with the times. I think there has been a lot of changes. We see a lot of digitalization being adopted in the industry, but a lot of these regulations, I think, are still sort of based on analog. And I know that many people are making efforts and working together, and the Ministry of Transport Industry is also making efforts to revise the relevant laws. So I think in a step-by-step manner, we have to set our priorities and address the issues. And some of the issues that we face right now, we are delivering presentations, and many people are coming together at the Incheon International Ocean Forum. And I think this sort of reflects the change in people's awareness. Without a change in people's awareness, we would not be able to change the relevant sort of facilities or the relevant laws and regulations. In the initial stages, there was a lot of negative perception, but despite that, we have reached 6 trillion won in exports, and so I think there's a lot of social interest in our industry. And as we export used cars, I think the importing countries actually see a lot of synergy effect being created. So this is something that we all understand and agree on. And within Incheon, when we talk about export used car zone, before people did not want these facilities in their neighborhood, but now they understand that these used car zones can actually help to promote a local economy and bring about a lot of benefits. And so I would like to thank everyone who has supported the export used car zone. In order to make the Incheon export used car industry successful, I think there is a typo here. So anyhow, what are we going to do? And so how can I tell you the formula for creating success? I mean, if that is possible, if it was easy to do, I guess I would not be here standing in front of you delivering this presentation. But I think, if we put our heads together and share our thoughts and utilize collective wisdom, I'm sure that our export used car industry will develop step by step. And I think there are some suggestions I can make. So the industry and the academia, the government organizations can meet often, have seminars, have discussions. So maybe having sort of a permanent body that allows and facilitates this would be useful. So creating an export zone, that is most important. In the process of creating an export zone, I'm sure you've read newspaper articles about this, but there are people who raise concerns about creating such an export zone. Even the people who are in the industry are raising concerns as well. Of course, there are difficulties, but I don't think we should just give up the idea of creating an export zone. Even if it's not state-of-the-art facilities, but I think we could create an optimal sort of area that is customized for us. So even if the construction cost does not go up to 400 or 500 billion won, maybe we can just adjust our plan so that it is more realistically feasible. So I'm sure many people are concerned and worried. But in order to ensure the success, we need to create an export zone that meets our needs, not just to show people that we are creating an export zone for the sake of creating an export zone. People who are working in the export used car industry, we need to, listen to what they need, not something flashy and state-of-the-art facility. Within the scope or within the limit of our budget, it should provide convenience to us. We should be able to use it in the long term, and it should be sustainable. So I think those are the type of facilities that the industry needs. So of course, I'm talking about the very sort of general principles, but that is what we need. And we don't have a whole lot of time, and so we really need to come up with a plan. And I hope that discussions about this is more public. So I think we should be more open about it. So we need to gather our wisdom. And then the second thing is improving our system. As I mentioned before, government or relevant organizations should come together to rationally improve systems. And then third is making preparations and providing support so that we can make inroads into new markets. When we look at online and offline market, in the past, the online market was very small, but after the COVID-19 pandemic, we see that the online market has become much larger and is growing.
12% 정도가 온라인으로
So of all used car sales, 12% takes place on an online platform, and I think that number will continue to grow. So once we have trust between the players, I think that later half of all used car sales will take place on an online platform. If that is the case, then we need to have preparations in place. And I think the expert zone also needs to make preparations as well. Do we need to have everything in one place? That's also a question I have, because if we're using online platform, then we don't necessarily need to be all together in one place to carry out inspections and so forth. So the government, I think, also is making necessary preparations. For example, they're helping us create a website. So there are, I think, lots of things we can do. And the government and if government ministry representatives are joining us in order to make inroads into international markets, I'd like to ask for further support. In April, there was a meeting of Korean ambassadors who are working in various countries, and so maybe those meetings or KOTRA and other organizations, through them, for example, in Egypt, if there is a change in tariff, or if there are limitations in exporting used cars, I think that we need such a system where we can get information. There are, say, for example, rumors in the market. And so for 10 to 15 days, the market prices fluctuate because of such rumors in the market, and people lose money. So perhaps maybe through the diplomatic missions of Korea in other countries, we're able to check the facts. So I hope there are various channels where we are able to receive and verify information. So I think I don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to have to just touch on key points. So we need to promote the qualitative and quantitative development of the used car industries. This is something that we continue to talk about. So maybe a training center or a research institute might be helpful. And through these organizations, we can continue to grow, enhance our capabilities. But I don't think this is something that can be carried out by one organization or one institution. The government needs to recognize these institutions, and through the centers where it should be able to exchange information and also promote qualitative growth, also enhance our knowledge regarding trade of used cars and so forth. And I think also producing white papers will be helpful. Unfortunately, in the we don't have a white paper that covers when we first, sort of started growing the industry, how many employees work in the used car industry, and what sort of economic impact it has, or the potential of the used car industry. All of this is not compiled into a single report. So Director Shin Hyun-do, I'm sure, will talk about this because he's been very active in this part. So we need to have a budget allocated for systematically compiling this data and this information. And last but not least, I mean, of course, there are so many more things I want to talk about. There are so many more ideas and, suggestions on how to develop the used car export industry. But in closing, I would like to say the most important thing is quality. And maybe it might be hard to get a certification program because the nature of the used car, each car is so different. So I think it would be very hard to have a single sort of standard. So we need to just, say, have a program where we can check different data regarding the used car. And I think SMEs can join forces to advance into overseas market as well. So I actually export used cars to 138 countries. Whether it's just one or two cars. But there are, I think, countries or markets with huge growth potential that we need to focus on. Individually, people have made investments, have gone through trial and error in order to open new markets. But I hope that from now on, the government will also provide active support so that SMEs can work together. So, for example, if we were supposed to go into African market, how do we receive payment? Maybe ways to collect payment might be one area they can receive help. So the government, I think, could come up with measures regarding this, and don't know if large conglomerates are joining us, but in Korea, I think that we should actually go abroad and try to sell more cars. So if we have large conglomerates and the government participating, and not just those working in the used car export industry, but ordinary citizens who are interested in cars, I think if we join forces, we can make preparations to tap into new markets. So the MC is on the stage, so I think I have to wrap up. So the used car export industry in Incheon, the formula for success, I think, should be our top priority. So I'm not going to propose. I'm not proposing a toast, but I would like to say this. So used car export industry of Incheon for the success altogether. So, thank you very much for your words of encouragement. So, thank you very much. That was President Park Kyung-hwa of Korea Used Car Export Association. He talked about how we can tap into new markets and we should work together for the true success of the used export car industry. So, now I would like to invite the second presenter.
유통 연
The second presenter is Incheon, who is director of the Korea Automobile Distribution Research Institute. He will be introducing used car export business models in major countries. Please welcome him with a big hand. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, I'm Incheon. I'm the director of CADRI. And it sounds quite fancy, but it is not a very fancy institution. I operate a blog and I research some statistics and share these statistics with the readers. I've been in the automobile industry for about 40 years, and I've been in the used car export market for about 20 years. So you could say that I have been in the market for a long time relative to some other players. So I know the past, and I'm very aware of the present, and I'm also very much aware of the shortcomings of the Korean market. So I'm very well aware of the differences between the markets in Japan, the US, China, and Korea. And I think that this is where I will be of use to our audience. I was asked to introduce the used car export business models in major countries. So I will share cases of Japan and the US. And I will also touch upon China, mainly because it has a lot of potential. And I don't speak a word of Chinese, but I am making use of translation services to understand the Chinese market. And I think Africa is also a very big potential market. And many European used cars are targeting the African market as well. So I'm going to touch upon also the used car export business model of Europe as well. If you go to seminars of the industry, I see a huge turnout. I think there is a lot of interest in the used car export business from individuals, and also there are small and medium-sized businesses that are looking to diversify. And at times, I can see that there is interest from bigger companies as well. So from about 10 to 15 years ago, I've noticed that it's actually quite difficult to establish yourself in the market or be successful in this market. As you know, the used car export business has no regulation. It's just like a small mom and pop store. And I was very curious as to why it was so difficult for individuals and businesses to be successful in this market, despite the fact that there is almost no regulation. And I would like to, as I mentioned, take a look at the business models in the major countries. But before that, I would like to talk about the nature of the used car export business. What is it that makes this business and this market especially difficult to crack? First of all, is that it's difficult to acquire products. Some people, they speak great English and perhaps they have experience living in China. I know people in China. So they look at the market from a seller's perspective. but based on my experience, what is most important is securing products. It's not about selling. And we use the word export, and that means that we move cars from Korea to another country, but we're not really exporting. We are supplying. We have the buyers in the market, and they have businesses. So most of the used car export businesses are suppliers to these businesses. This means that there's no added value. And sometimes you can get a tax refund, but most of these tax refunds go to the other over local or foreign operators. So what is important in the used car market is how you are going to secure products, at what price and at what point. And I think that this is where a lot of people face difficulties. They feel that they can sell these products because they can speak the language or they know people overseas, but it's not easy to secure products to sell. Fortunately, however, the route to secure products have diversified. There's Encar or Tata. There's a lot of C2B intermediary services in Korea now. So first entrants, newbies to the market can access products and can secure products relatively more easier than the existing businesses. So, of course, it is still difficult. You need to know the data and the information, but relatively speaking, it has become easier. And a lot of people focus on commercialization. And a lot of people want to provide a quality guarantee, but it's difficult to provide that guarantee. You exported the used car and it's being used in Africa. How are you going to provide a quality assurance or guarantee? Sometimes you have to pay compensation, but it's difficult to provide a security guarantee. However, just because of that, you can't send a car in a very poor condition. You have to carry out the minimal commoditization and you need accurate notification on the status of the car. And this is where the people who enter this market have a difficulty. Also, used car exports are typically B2B, but lately C2B and B2C are also being explored because of the development of technology. So you can display your products online and people can hear the engine sound of a particular car and they can be sold B2C. If you focus on B2B, then your sales figures are limited. So you need to focus on C2B and B2C in order to expand your base. And so a lot of people just focus on B2B and they feel that the market is too small, but you need to expand your sites to include C2B and B2C. And roll on, roll off is the best method to ship cars, used cars. But 90% of the PCTC of Korea accommodates new cars. And used cars can be carried when there is empty space. However, there is a company that operates vessels and ships dedicated to used cars. And this is the only vessel that goes to some select ports in some select countries like Jordan. But if you are to export used cars to South America or Africa, you are at a disadvantage because you don't have a dedicated vessel. So it's very important to be able to ship your products in a timely manner, in a safe and stable manner as well. China's inland TCR is quite behind. So the concept is very attractive, but there is no guarantee, and it is not timely at all. So it's very unreliable. And also warranty, aftercare, and currency hedging is very important. But as I mentioned earlier, usually when it comes to used cars, you have to provide restitution or you have to have a compensation in place instead of your general or a normal guarantee system. And in the initial stages, like I mentioned, large conglomerates have failed to establish themselves in your market. You have a lot of individual players, and so a lot of people engage in yard sales and they get paid on the spot. So the turnover rate is actually quite high, but this limits the scale of the business, and the profit margin is quite low. So I think that if financing the purchase of goods at the right level of interest rates is possible, this can be a competitive advantage as well. And sometimes you can, in other businesses, mortgage your product to secure financing, but this is not possible in the used car market. And because used cars credibility is low, so the financing level that you can receive is quite low, and that is why the business or market cannot grow. I think the most realistic option for expanding the Korean used car export is to localize. So in Dubai or in other markets, there are some free zones, economic free zones. So if you are to ship a car, then this is going to lead to VAT, then this will lead to sales, and this can lead to sales profit. So you can see that there is added value. However, you need a lot of know-how, and the risk is quite high when you localize, and you also need personnel, professional personnel. There are a couple of places that have succeeded in localization, but there are others who have not done so well, especially regarding related to geopolitical risk. For instance, there was an attempt to localize in Myanmar, but they went down because of the political instability. Japan and Korea have a lot of differences, and we cannot model everything after Japan. But I think that conglomerates and small and medium-sized companies can focus on what some advanced countries are doing well, and they can take part and succeed in establishing themselves in the market, and then they can create a bigger pie for everyone. Let me start with Japan. As you know, their domestic market and their export market is quite strong. Japan has exported around 2 times more than Korea in terms of used cars. They have a great supply chain, so they have a lot of auction houses. So the sellers can identify buyers, and it's easy for them to secure products. And Korea also has auction houses as well, but there are only 12. In Japan, they have around 90 auction houses. So the supply of quality used cars is actually much more fluid in Japan, and it's also, in that sense, easier for Japan to provide the goods in a timely manner because they have a good supply. B4 was established in 2024, so they started new cars, but then this company is now selling used car. and it exported 130,000 units last year. And in Korea, they provide intermediary services. They don't directly sell used cars, but they provide intermediary services. And there are some individuals who go to Japan to learn from this company. They began with an offline export business, but now they developed an online export brokerage business. So they actually provide intermediary services where they sell someone's used car overseas for them. And here you can see their sales volume. And the next model is the SBT Japan model. SBT stands for Satisfaction Behind Thinking. This company was established in 1993. And this company was set up by a Pakistan buyer. SBT Japan is the leading used car website in Japan. And this person is also the owner of the third largest used car website in Japan as well. So this person is Pakistani, as I mentioned, and so they buy Japanese cars in Japan and sell to South American other companies. And they did open an office in Korea, in M Park. And they bought a lot of used cars, but they failed quite dramatically because the quality standard of Korea and Japan is quite different, and the notification standard is quite different. The inspection and notification standards are not as sophisticated in Korea as in Japan. And so this company did not do well in Korea. But till this day, they still showcase Korean products on their website, and they do sell the Korean used cars. And this is what SBT has developed. They also have a platform. So export buyers acquire products and they sell to overseas buyers. And they also need to expand the market. And so what they do is they connect the domestic car purchasers to overseas buyers. And what this does is it blurs the boundaries between the domestic market and the overseas market. So around 20% of the final destination for used cars is in Russia. So the export car company actually buys a lot from the domestic market as well. And Kai Tore is another example. Kai means foreign and Tore means trading. So this company buys used cars in the domestic market and sells to foreign buyers. Foreign buyer contacts them, then the employee of SBT carries out the transaction. And so they buy from SBT and they sell. The domestic car provider sold the car, and the intermediary or the brokerage connects the foreign buyer and they sell to the foreign buyer. And I think that in Korea, this type of model will be established soon. It's currently this is a very prominent model that is working, especially with the Russian market. And Car Deal page was established in 2014, and it was sold in 2019. It was first established by SoftBank. It was a traditional used car platform, but V-Forward bought cars and they tried to sell via car deal page, and V-Forward was not happy with the commission that they had to pay, the fee that they had to pay. So now V-Forward, that's why it created its own platform, and that's why even in Japan, these sort of small and medium-sized companies are doing better. Offline buyers will actually go online. So if the commission is too high or the fee is too high, these players are bound to lose their business. And Cardio page is quite new, but if you go to this website, you can see that it contains a lot of useful information. The problem is that the information has not been updated since 2017. I think that since this period, they have not been profitable. It has a lot of know-how on this page. I think, however, it is not doing as well because the information has not been updated since 2017. This is a used car export startup, if you will, but it didn't do so well. But I do encourage you to visit their website because you can get a lot of useful information and know-how on used car exports. And if you look at United States, as you know, United States is a huge country. In the United States, there are 300 million units, and in Japan, there's 78 million. And the U.S. Market is around 10 times in terms of cars. But if you look at used car exports, the figure is quite low in the U.S., and there is a reason for this. First of all, the quality of the used cars is quite low. They have the distance on the cars is quite high, and because there is a lot of cars, there's a lot of people as well. So the domestic market is large enough to absorb the used cars in the United States. So there's not much demand for exports. So in the U.S., when there is a natural disaster like a hurricane, then you get a lot of cars that are inundated, and there are sites like Cool Parts that buy these cars, these salvaged cars, and they sell these cars. So the proportion of quality used cars being exported is quite low. And so there's no key used car export player. There's just Coparts, which is a global automotive distribution company that provides online vehicle auction. And sometimes through Coparts, Korea's salvaged cars or damaged cars are imported by U.S. buyers. Sometimes. And I think that this is also an avenue that used car exporters could explore to see what sort of opportunities there are, especially when it comes to salvaged and damaged cars. And Mannheim Auction is actually the world's largest used car auction house. And so the auto auction house deals with quality used cars as well. The Mannheim auction house is part of the Cox Automotive Group. There's a huge online platform called Auto Trade and also Calibook. This is a website that most of you are familiar with. So it is a Cox Automotive company which owns 3 very large auto platforms or companies. And I did a search, but I did not find many used car exports. I found the Export Genius platform, and this shows U.S. automotive exporters, but just by this search, it's difficult to determine the size of the company or the volume of exports by company. So later on, perhaps you could go on Export Genius platform and go see for yourselves and try to figure out the status of these exporters. And in the case of China, I did bring some cakes examples, but they're not really used car exporters. I listed Alibaba, and there is also Alibaba Korea, and Alibaba Korea approached me and they proposed to sell Korean used cars to the Chinese market. Alibaba Korea is confident that any purchase can be sold on Alibaba, but they haven't quite figured out how these vehicles will be shipped. But in China, within the domestic market, you can actually upload a used car, and this can be bought by someone overseas. But I don't think this is a very common transaction. I think that within China, we will see more used car exporters in China, but currently the market is very dispersed. And there's also a site called madeinchina.com, and it's similar to Alibaba. So they have a lot of traffic. They are selling or attempting to sell used cars B2B or B2C using their traffic. And Kicksport is not an online platform. It's more like a site for an offline business. And we have the Yuantong International Trading Co. and Xiamen Hyundai Motor Service. The provinces are getting authorization one after another to export used cars, but the market is not very big. Last year, China exported 300,000 cars overseas, and most of them were e-vehicles. In China, most of the used cars are e-vehicles, and most of Korea's e-vehicles go to the Jordan market. But since 2022, since then, most of the used e-vehicles have been replaced by Chinese used e-vehicles. So Korea's exports of used e-vehicles has dropped significantly and has been replaced by China. Of course, China they also have challenges because they cannot provide quality assurances. And so there is sort of a common understanding that these Chinese e-vehicles are quite cheap, but their quality cannot be assured. But still, the reality is that we expect to see the export of e-vehicles, used e-vehicles from China to Jordan and to other countries to continue to increase, perhaps someday to reach 800,000 or 1 million units even. So China is a latecomer, and systematically there are a lot of shortcomings, and there is a lack of a system, but they are actually making ground based on volume. And in Korea, the number one platform is AutoWeenie. It's a brokerage platform, but recently AutoWeenie has they have launched by It's Safe, and they actually have an offline business as well. So if you look at their sales in 2020, they posted 33 billion and 70 billion, and then their sales dropped dramatically last year. The reason was, at the time, so there was an anomaly at the time, and with a different sort of method of exporting used cars, their sales volume dropped significantly. So it was 12 billion, 18 billion in 2021, and it was 16 billion in 2023. So you can see that their sales and profit figures are quite solid. So their profits was like around 4 billion to 5 billion. But a lot of their profits come from fees, and so they are now trying to generate revenue from intermodal transportation arrangements. And now they are trying to acquire products for themselves. So for any business to grow, you need to make new attempts. Now, if we are to compare the number and share of used vehicle exports from Korea, Japan, the United States, and China, you can see the figures here. These figures are for 2020. So if you look at the new car sales and used car sales, if you put Korea at 1, you can see that when it comes to new car sales or transaction of used cars or secured cars, it means that Korea has very high quality used cars. So even if we do not go overseas, the foreign buyers are in the Korea market. But the problem is that the profit or sales generated from these sales do not go to the businesses in Korea. Rather, they go into the pockets of overseas buyers that are in the Korean market. So how are we going to enhance the value added of used cars? And I think in that sense, the city of Incheon and the port of Incheon can assist. The city of Incheon should come up with measures and standards for quality notifications, and display is also very important. So it's important for the buyers to get a feel for the cars online. So perhaps we can think of building a showroom or a photo zone for these used cars, and that would help the businesses to be able to sell more without having to put up more investment. Like I said, we have a high export ratio, but in terms of the number of used cars, the number is not that significant. So there is a limit. There is a limited growth potential, and the way that we export is quite sporadic. If you look at used car exports in Korea, what you do is you identify a car and you just sell it. So we need to make it more systematic. And we cannot make a lot of value, generate a lot of value simply by buying a car and selling it again. And so whether it's through transportation, whether it's through warranty, we need to identify other revenues to enhance the value added. Thank you very much.
열정
Thank you very much for that very passionate presentation. Thank you, Mr. Shin Hyun-do, for the presentation. He made a comparison of Korea, Japan, China, and U.S. Used car export business models. Thank you very much.
어느덧 마지막 연사
So we are now going to invite the last presenter. The title of his presentation is The Right Policy Direction for the Domestic Export Used Car Industry. I would like to invite Ho Jung-chul, Head Manager of Business Division at the Korea Export Used Car Association. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
저는
So I am from the Korea Export Used Car Association. I am the head manager of the business division. As introduced, my name is Ho Jung-chul. The two previous speakers talked about their experiences regarding the export used car industry. So you could say that we already know, how to promote or the right way to promote the export used car industry. So my presentation will talk about, from the mid 1990s and then today, about 35 years, we've tried to grow the export used car industry. And so with my presentation, I would like to talk about, how the government can provide the industry through support and ways to further grow the industry.
현재 지금
So currently in Korea, if you look at the ministry in charge of supporting the used car export industry is the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy, and the relevant ministries are Ministry of Interior and Safety and Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport. We are, of course, exporting cars, so relevant agencies, I think, in Korea would be Korea Customs Service as well as Statistics Korea. And then there are supporting organizations. We have KOTRA, and we also have the Korea International Trade Association. So they support the companies that trade and export used cars in Korea. Business organizations include our association, the Korea Used Car Exporters Association. So we're focused on policy support, you could say. I don't know if these figures are correct, but last year the export volume was 6.2 trillion Korean won, and we exported 638,723 units. So this is a report card from last year. Of course, we did export a large number of vehicles to Russia. So if you look at the SMEs in Korea and their exports, you could say that following cosmetics, we actually have the second highest number in terms of export amount and volume. And despite the fact that we are the second highest export item, we do not have a lot of government support. And so I think it would be meaningful to examine why this is and how we can facilitate more support from the government.
기본적으로 정책 지원을 하기 위해서
So in order to receive government support, there are a few preconditions there is the used car export industry, and we say it's an industry, but sometimes it might be hard to actually say that we are an actual industry. In order to say we are an industry, we have to be registered under the Korean Standard Industrial Classification, and we also have to be covered under the Korean Standard Classification of Occupation. So currently this is not the case, and as Mr. Shin mentioned, this is industry where anyone can operate a business, whether it's one car or 100 cars. And so it's very difficult to have a classification for this industry and to get support. So we need to actually have a business registration code for used car exporters. And we also need to adopt a used car export manager or used car export business authorized license. So I am in charge of the business division, but I also have another job or role. And this year, every 5 years, we have the 11th revision. And so we've been trying to include the used exports car industry in the Korea Standard Industrial Classification. But the end result of the deliberation did not meet our expectations, so we were not included in the KSIC. So we've been talking to Statistics Korea and trying to examine ways to include our industry. So apparently we need to first register our index term in order to receive support as an industry. So currently we are trying to register an index term for our industry. So we will register index term. And so if you look here on this slide, you can see that there are many different industries which are involved in exports. And here you can see an index term. So it says here sales of used motor vehicles. And we are trying to create index terms. So you can see that there are different industries here. You have glasses, sunglasses, sales, and exports. So when government provide policy support, these type of codes are important. So we are trying to create our own code for used car exports. And then also we have Korean Standard Classification of Occupations, and every 9 years they revise KSCO. In 2017, they had a revision, and the latest revision was the 7th revision. And so the next revision will be in the next 4 or 5 years. And so we hope to register people who are working in the used car exports industry. And as I mentioned before, we have to be covered under KSIC in order to register for KSCO. So these are some of the areas where we are making efforts to get support for the industry. So here you can see used automobile sales representatives, the classification that we are preparing. So you can see here pharmaceutical sales representative. And so just like that, we are trying to create in the index a category for used automobile sales representatives. And by having a KSCO, then for those exporters, we can actually create the foundation or basis for getting government support. And as mentioned before, we are trying to be included in KSIC and KSCO, and also come up with a industrial code. So once we are included in these systems, then we can get a new business code from the Statistics Korea. And this will help the used car export industry to be covered by government policies. And this will also help us to lay the groundwork for policies to support the used car exporters. And I think that we will be able to register under the KSIC, and we are hopeful that we will have a code for businesses. So we're working with the Ministry of Industry and Energy and Trade. So once we are registered, then the relevant ministries can actually revise relevant legislation to promote the sales of used vehicles and their export. So you have individually, tried to get support from the government. So through these activities, we hope to create the foundation for you to receive government support.
자동차
As I mentioned earlier, this is a comparison of the status quo. So you have a used car dealership. If you were to set up the business, these are sort of the business procedures. You can set up the business, and you would be supervised by the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, and Transport. So you would be regulated by this entity, but at the same time, it is under this ministry that you can enjoy privileges and benefits. And that is why I believe that we need the standards in place. And currently, there are no rules when it comes to used car exporters. There is no procedure, no rules, and anyone can register a business. Of course, zero-rated taxes are applied, and that is why people are still in the market and are interested in entering the market. But as mentioned earlier, most of what is refunded is paid to the buyers. And in effect, it means that the Korean taxpayers' money is going to overseas buyers. So I think that we need to identify ways for government support, and we need to enjoy government support. So we need regulations and rules to manage used automobile exporters. This month, we are going to hold a meeting with the city of Incheon, and through the city of Incheon, we are likely to hold a policy dialogue. So if we cannot get a law enacted, we can at least seek a related ordinance to be enacted. The two presenters before me talked about how you can export used cars, and I would just like to share this list of what we need to do. First of all, most of the exports used cars are the pull method. So foreign buyers come to the yard, they select the cars, and we sell the cars to the buyers. So the buyers hold the upper hand, they have the power. So we need to change this into the push approach. In Japan, there are tens of thousands of cars are online, but Korea supplies very limited models in limited colors because it is a market that is centered around buyers. It is a buyer-led market in Korea, and we need to shift this. So we need to shift this market into a supplier-centric market, and by doing so, we can diversify the models that we showcase and sell. And there are some vehicles, Japanese vehicles, that can be sold through intermediary services, but not Korean cars. So this means that we lack data information online. So we need to explore and diversify ways to sell both online and offline, and we could perhaps use a portal to MOTI to establish a base center overseas. And based on this base center, we could perhaps explore diverse markets overseas. And overseas, we are exporting new cars to 170 countries overseas, and perhaps we can link used cars export with new car exports to explore new markets for used cars. And as I mentioned earlier, data related to vehicle information is provided through the Korea Transportation Safety Authority. So when it comes to the domestic market, the data is already there. And when it comes to performance and guarantee of performance of used cars, if we can just get this information online as well, I think that we can be a match for Japanese used car vehicles. In Japan, they have an offline export auction house. So they have a steady stream of buyer. But as mentioned earlier, we do not have enough auction houses. But because Korea has a strength online, if we are to provide data online, in a sense, we could actually gain a competitive edge over Japan. And to make this possible, we need to include information such as export prices as data, and we need to instill credibility to buyers. So we need to enable buyers to search used cars from their own country, and this is the only way we can shift from a buyer-centric market to a supply-centric market. And the next point I would like to raise is related to performance testing and quality certification. As mentioned earlier, it's very difficult to provide a warranty for a used car. By country, the specifications that they want is different. So you need to carry out performance testing that is customized to each of the country, and then you have to carry out a standardized performance testing to provide a quality certification, a standard quality certification. Currently, what we are currently talking with MOTIs about is the government to provide subsidies for performance testing for the next 5 years. MOTI, I believe, is quite positive about this option. And the city of Incheon is also willing to provide matching funds in terms of the cost to performance testing. And if we can prove that this can lead to better sales of used car exports of Korea, we believe that this will continue. If you look at used car exports, some cars are operable, some are inoperable. So we need to clearly delineate between the two, and we need to define the cars that can be subject to performance testing, and this can form the basis for other issues related to, say, customs, an example. And once this system is established, then the used cars performance testing can be regulated by law by MOTI. And I think that this can enhance the credibility among buyers. And we are actually in negotiation with local government and the central government about allocating budget for this plan. Next is used car exporter management provided. So it's really a good thing if a buyer comes to Korea and buys our products, but they are sort of leading the market. So we need a registration system to protect the domestic operators. And so what we are doing is we're trying to register the businesses in the city of Incheon at least. And ultimately, what we're trying to do is we're trying to prevent tax leakage to overseas buyers, and we're also trying to register these exporters to prevent and combat illegal and evasive practices as well. And also, through registration, we can create new jobs as well. And once you are registered as a used car exporter management provider, this can lead to new sales revenue and sales sources. And this is in line with our idea that we need to create our own revenue sources. So based on export outcome, we can also think of new regulations for new and renewed registration. And we can also support these businesses with best practice certifications and transactions as well. I'm sure what is here is very familiar. Starting next year, electrification of internal combustion vehicles will be completely legal. So now we are looking at ways to transfer internal combustion vehicles into electric vehicles for export. And there is also something called the custom tuning used cars. So we can actually bring in cars from overseas, tune them, and export them again. And used, dismantled, recycled, and remanufactured vehicle parts is also a business area. And the policy support options for some of these ideas would be for the government to provide support for dedicated export docks, for exporting used vehicles and related parts, and also dedicating a used car export line for seamless logistics. Also, perhaps designating a special economic zone for third-party trade could be a very viable option. And with that, I would like to conclude my presentations. If you have other questions, please feel free to take advantage of the discussion. Thank you very much. That was Ho Jung-chul, Head Manager of Business Division of the Korea Export Used Car Association. We heard from 3 presenters during this special session. President Park Kyung-hwa talked about policy and systems and how that is important in exploring new markets for used car exports. They also talked about the government support that is needed as well. The second presenter was Mr. Shin Hyun-do. He made a comparison of the business models in Korea, China, Japan, and the U.S. He went through each of the models, and in particular, he talked about the market characterization and also the size of the market in each country. He also talked about the mix and match business model of both online and offline models, and I'm sure that many people could relate to what he was saying. Last but not least, Mr. Ho Jung-chul talked about performance inspections, and he talked about allocating budget for this, and he also talked about how government and policy support is important in the future. As he mentioned, we will now go straight to the panel discussion in which we can carry out more in-depth discussions. I would like to invite the moderator for this special session panel discussion, Professor Kim Pil-soo from Daelim University. I would also like to invite Mr. Park Kyung-hwa, Mr. Shin Hyun-do, and Mr. Ho Jung-chul to the stage for the panel discussion. Thank you very much.
배석해 주시면 되겠습니다.
So once everyone is seated, we will begin. Please give our 4 panelists a big round of applause. So I will now turn the floor to Professor Kim.
받은 김필수입니다. 오늘 특별하게
As introduced, I am Kim Pil-soo, and at the Incheon International Ocean Forum, we have a special session dedicated to used cars exports.
아마 좋은
I'm sure the presentations were very useful, and I think that each presentation was very significant. As you know, around 600,000 used cars were exports, and that's not a very lot. And the business model hasn't been very nicely established. And Incheon Port actually handles 80% of the used car exports, but the government is not very much aware of the used car export sales. And I think that perhaps we need a more systematic approach. If you look at the domestic used car sales, you can see that conglomerates are entering the market and the market is growing. But for decades, the used car export market has not been developed very systematically. And I hope that this provides an opportunity to further promote this market. We don't have a lot of time. We are a little bit behind schedule, so I will try to make this session short. I am with Terim University, and I am with various associations related to used car exports. And in that capacity, I have been attending many different meetings with central government and relevant ministries regarding car exports. And I think that in that sense, we have a lot of opportunities to link used car exports to new car exports as well. This is the first time this topic has been covered at this international forum. And I hope that next year we will be able to hear from foreign presenters about foreign business models and foreign cases. So we had 3 presenters before. I will not introduce them because they did deliver presentations before. I will now pose questions to each of the presenters and give them an opportunity to elaborate. The first question goes to Mr. Park Young-ha.
실무
So you have been working in the Incheon area for a very long time. You know a lot of companies and co-ops that are working in this area. So I'm sure you are quite knowledgeable about this area. You delivered a presentation, but is there any policy support that you feel is very urgent or that is very needed? I think there are a lot of support that we can get. And there's so many things I want to talk about, but because we don't have a lot of time, I just want to talk about one thing. So it's about, we have short-term, mid-term, long-term goals, but I would like to talk about an issue that is concerning us right now. And I hope we can talk about it and come up with solutions. So if you look at Incheon port, the unloading fee has gone up. So I think it's about 20,000 won. And we received an official letter, and I will share this with you. And through a statement or through a newspaper or through the Port Authority or through the consultation with the city government officials, if I can be very brief. So the unloading fee has gone up, and within 1 year, I think, we are paying more than 10 billion won. So for those companies who are exporting through Incheon port, they have a lot of, money that they have to spend. And about 100 billion won is spent under the unloading fee. And so this unloading fee is imposed on these businesses. So there was no seminar hearing, there was no consultation. I checked with the Port Authority, and they're saying they did not increase the fee. So who was responsible under, with which sort of basis, who actually increased this fee? Why has this fee increase been imposed on us? I think that's very important. So you're talking about the unloading fee. I think when Director Shin delivered a presentation from last year with regard to used car, apparently there's not enough vessels to actually export used cars, especially to Latin America. And so the 5 manufacturers, for example, Lunar Korea, they're actually coming up with new methods using container vessels. So it seems like, there is a lack of vessels, and so this is also impacting the used car export businesses. So do you have any thoughts about this in terms of, you talked about loading fee, but not only just these fees, but in terms of policy support, maybe the role of Incheon. Do you have any thoughts on this? So during the COVID-19, of course, we closed a lot of the ships, and so freight charter fees have gone up, and this year, our goal is to export more than 600,000 units, but the current market situation is very difficult because, there is the Russian-Ukrainian war, and right now we see a lot of containers coming out of China. So freight fee has gone up about twofold, and there's a lot of market uncertainty, and there's a lot of stock being built up. So how do we address this? So with Kita, we are also having discussions, but I think one way out of this is for us to collectively respond and preemptively respond. So I hope that there is a sort of a venue where we can have these discussions. So I would like to ask one more question. So last year we exported 600,000 units, and you were saying that we need to increase the number. But I think not only qualitative improvement, but we also need to promote qualitative improvement. If you look at Japan, they have a very active used car export industry. And if you look at profit margin, it's only half of Japan. And so we could say that even if you export one used car, the profit margin is very low. So if you look at profit margin or net profit, of course we are seeing improvements, but I think in order to improve our profit, we have to have, trust, confidence in the transaction as well as quality. In order to improve the quality, if there is a problem, you need to repair it. So repair centers need to be close. So for our used cars, it's hard to use these car repair shops or tuning shops. They're not accessible. So I think we need to make the cars more high added value, and we don't have the physical space to increase the value of the used cars. So within our means, of course, we have to address this issue right now. And as you heard, with regard to used car exports, we don't even have like a zone dedicated to this. We have the Smart Auto Valley being created, but there's a lot of issues we need to address. There's a lot of issues we need to solve. The central government, the National Assembly, the Incheon city, I think they all have to come together to promote the growth of used car export industry.
나라를
You introduced the cases of many countries, but it seems like the best country to benchmark is Japan. Yes, so personally, I also think that Japan is the best country to benchmark the social structure, sentiment, and environment-wise. I think that it is the best country to benchmark. But as you know, when it comes to export complexes, Japan does not have separate export complexes. So I think that export complexes is a unique sort of a feature of the Korean market. And if there is something that I would want to learn from the Japanese market, has to do with the domestic market. If you look at Korea's ERP is quite solid, but when it comes to used car exports, everything is done manually. So a lot of the transactions are not as transparent. And why is an ERP system for used car exporters not being developed? I'm sure there are a lot of companies who do that. logistically, in terms of identifying whether there is a space to export used cars or not. Identifying information like this is very difficult. So which ships are coming in tomorrow, what kind of space is available, and perhaps we can auction off this space. But in the used car market, none of this is digitalized or is available. So everything is done manually up till this day. And so people are just going day by day and are being perfectly happy with a margin of 20%. So I think that the Incheon port or the city of Incheon, if they could select a company to build an ERP system for the used car exports, I think that would be ideal. If you look at the domestic used car market, it is quite developed. And there is a lot of growth potential. I'm talking about the B2C, 2.4 million cars. So domestic, if you look at the domestic used car market, there's a lot of systems in place. How about we apply some of these models to the used car exports? But you have mentioned how the markets are completely separate, and this, as a result, has led to a shortage of hardware and shortware by used car exports. What was most memorable was that there were a lot of units. So compared to the other advanced markets, Korea has enough units. So what is your take on the growth potential of the Korean market? As I mentioned, we only have 25 to 26 million units. So in terms of absolute size, Korea is very small. And most cases are B2B transactions. But if we are to explore other markets, if a Russian buyer or actually a consumer, if we are to develop a platform where Russian consumers can search Korean used cars, that would be great. There are many different platforms to communicate with the Russian consumer. So if we had brokerages that can broker the transaction between the seller and the consumer, I think that that can enhance the margin. Like I said, in Japan, the B Ford platform, they do B2B, but they also sell the vehicles on their platform to consumers in Africa, B2C. And they make donations in Africa, and so they are actually enhancing their brand awareness through these activities. And all of this is to carry out B2C transactions. So if the Korean used car market were to activate the B2C market, then we can actually enlarge the market. I think that what you have to offer is very significant. And I think that local strategies is also very important. How are we going to enhance the localization strategies overseas? This can also help enhance the business model. If you look at the Korean market, it has a lot of experience in B2B, but it will become increasingly important to customize to local markets. And we also need a white paper. There's a lot of difference year by year. Some cases, a lot of regulations are changing as well, especially regarding used cars and old cars. So as you mentioned earlier, we usually export to the Jordan market, and we also export a lot to Chile, and Russia emerged as a new market. So we need a customized business model for each of these markets. And by doing so, we can actually bolden and strengthen the business model by linking this with auto parts. And one last question.
So 80% is exported through Incheon and the Incheon Port Authority, Incheon City. They are playing an important role. Of course, Pyeongtaek, Kunsan, and Busan Port, we do see, talk about used car exports. But in terms of logistics and from supply and demand side, all of this is very important. And so I think Incheon plays a very important role. And if you look at case studies abroad, Incheon City, what can it do to actually help further grow the used car export industry? So with the used car export industry, I don't think that Incheon City can do. They haven't really done anything. So from Incheon City, they just think used car export industry is a so-called 3D industry. So if you export used car export industry, they think of cars without license plates. There's a lot of negative perception with regard to used car exports. So, they think of cars, just being sort of piled up along the streets and getting complaints for ordinary citizens. So sometimes, I think that Incheon City, if the used car export industry is important, then they should try to promote the image of used car export industry. And sometimes we don't have enough, parking space. So there's a lot of bottlenecks being created. So maybe, 6,000 used cars are not being exported, and some people are saying because of used car exports that there are traffic jams being created. So I think that there is more that Incheon City can do. I mean, if you look at churches on Sunday, sometimes there is a lot of cars because of the churchgoers, and so the municipal government actually maybe tries to ease the situation. So I think that Incheon City can do more to support the used car export industry, help solve some of the problems, and I think there's a lot of negative perception sometimes that is created because of the media. So Incheon City can do more to address the negative perception. So they should not just, enjoy the benefits of having used car exports centered around Incheon Port and Incheon City. So I think Director Shin pointed out the important role that the local government has. And if the local government actually values this business, then the central government might be able to provide more support. So I think the most important thing is we need to create it into a proper industry. So used car exports needs to be created into a proper industry. If we increase the quality, then people working in these industries will take pride in the industry. So we shouldn't think of it as sort of like a blind spot. I think we should develop it into a proper industry. And last but not least, I have a question for Mr. Hall. So in your presentation, you talked about policy support that can be provided. And I think what is most important is we have, industry classification code or occupation classification code, but for the used car export industry, we don't have this. And I believe it is very important. So we, created, say, in order to create, rice paddies on barren land, you need to have a system in place, and that system, I believe, is the classification code. So actually, MOTI does not even know that, the used car export industries does not have such a classification code. And someone asked me, do we really need classification codes for used car export industry? But the industry itself is very big. So we need to I think the potential of the industry is very big, and 80% of that growth can be enjoyed by Incheon city. People think of this as a so-called 3D industry, and I think there needs to be a change in perception. So, Mr. Ho, you talked about a lot of policy support, but Incheon city and also MOTI, I think these are stakeholders that we need to work with. And you talked about a lot of policy support, but I'm sure that there is a huge gap in terms of policy support, and that actually creates negative perception.
제
Moti only recently started to take interest in the used car market. Only when the export volume increased quite significantly did they take industry, and so they also formed a task force. Ultimately, I think it's very difficult for the central government to take action. When it comes to industry classification or occupation classification, I think the city of Incheon, the local government, needs to strongly request to the central government. So the local government should make the central government to move. But I feel that the local government is waiting for the central government to move. And so we are preparing meetings with the central government, and the city of Incheon is also feeling a sense of crisis because there is talk of transferring the export block to Pyeongtaek or other cities. So I think, as you mentioned, we need to hold meetings and I think that the authorities are willing to listen and to hear the voices of the used car exporters, and I think that this will lead to outcomes. So, as you know, the city of Gunsan was able to secure a lot of financial aid from the central government by simply hanging on to the central government. And at the National Assembly, there were voices to enact pertaining laws and regulations, and this can actually form the basis of more assistance. And I think that that is why we need to really zoom in on policies. And I have one last question. In your presentation, you talked about how some of the ideas out there are not very realistic. That there are some ideas that are not quite realistic. So I think that perhaps we need a buffer. If you look at the export vehicles demand by other countries, it's all different, and the status of the used cars that is deemed acceptable is also very different. And so when we talk about this issue, we're talking about cars that are commercialized, and these cars account for about 20% of the exports. But we continue to revisit this issue because buyers are continue to seek to buy from overseas. And so this is an issue of credibility. And if we are to build a B2C model, then we need to be able to provide information that is deemed credible by the overseas buyers. And gradually building this sort of data is where the government, I think, hopes to head. Initially, in order to lessen the burden, the government will provide some aid, and the local government can match the aid provided by the central government, and this can lessen the burden on exporters to make sort of new attempts and new trials. I think the discussion, we could have had more time for discussion. I hope that this session was very useful to you. This was a special session, and this is the first time this topic has been covered at this forum. I hope that we can industrialize this sector, and we hope that by doing so we can create jobs, and we can also generate the economy by doing so. I think that you can actually look forward to more. I think based on this opportunity, we will be able to hold more forums and meetings. We would like to entertain 2 questions from the floor. Can you please get the gentleman a mic? Could you please state your affiliation and your name? I'm affiliated to my wife. I'm a business owner from the district of Ocen, and the presenters shared a lot through their presentation, especially regarding the future direction of the used car export market. I used to work at the port of Incheon. When it comes to automobile exports, I acknowledge that export of new cars and used cars are the backbone of the country's economy. But when it comes to used car exports, it seems that the association, can you please summarize your question? So if you look at the market, there are so many different foreign buyers, and there's no space for parking, and everybody just parks everywhere they want. So I've been in the business for a while, and if you want to do sales, you need to secure a lot. But these foreign buyers, they just park anywhere, and this leads to inconvenience of the residents living in this district. And because they're foreigners, there is a communication issue. If you look at what is going on in the district of Ocen, this is what is going on in a lot of the other districts. And so we need to sort of organize the market. I think he is talking about the inconvenience that is felt by the residents. Yeah, thank you very much. I think we need to rein in on the foreign buyers. So if you look at Songdo, the southern port, they say they are building a lot or complex. I'm sure that the association has faced difficulties, but I would like an update on what is happening with that lot and complex. It's very difficult to go into that right now. I think you're talking about the Smart Auto Valley. I think that we can make use of a future seminar to explain this. So nobody can give us an update. We don't have enough time to respond to your question. So we will try to answer your question at a later time. The residents are really struggling. Thank you very much.
예. 네, 질문하시죠. 여기 한 번 더 짧게 부탁.
So if you could please make your question short and concise.
들리나요? 예.
So I hope my mic is working. So I was a former local government official. So we just heard a local citizen speak, and I understand what he was trying to say. And so I also, try to resolve conflict with businesses, and I also worked with the port authorities. So I understand the difficulties that the port authority face, and also a lot of the issues that come along with trying to secure sites. So after 20 years, we have not really seen these issues surface, and everyone has their own position. And I think, we've never had sort of like a publicly open discussion about how we are going to sort of come to an agreement. I don't know if Incheon city government official is here, then it's sort of useless having us this discussion. We need to have local government officials here because they are responsible for implementing policies. I'm sure that the central government does not know the issues or challenges we face. So I think we need to use politicians. So whether you're the ruling or opposition party, the head of the political party, the Ministry of Moti is also from this area. And we have various politicians who have connections or involvement with our region. So through MOTI, we have to revise relevant legislations, and we have to be efficiently recognized as an industry. So in order to do that, we need to have more open discussions, and I think Incheon City should be at the helm. And I think the Incheon Port Authority should lead Incheon City so that we can create standards. I think Incheon City also has competitiveness. And currently, the buyers, we talk about Onghyundong, but in that area, there is lack of services. So many people are living in the Songdo area, and I believe that Incheon has a lot of advantages, so that's why we see a lot of used car exporters here. So we need to utilize the strength of Incheon and at the same time address some of the inconveniences faced by local citizens. So everyone has to make sacrifices, everyone has to make efforts. So I think business operators should think about what the citizens are going through, look at things from their point of view. And then I think the Port Authority, to be honest, we talked about loading and unloading fees, and people have made investments. And so I think the Port Authority is a public organization. So in terms of creating the smart auto valley, they have a role to play, and everyone needs to be very candid about their positions. We have to think about who's going to make sacrifices, who's going to share the burden. So once again, we need to have publicly open discussions. We have to think about our roles and responsibility, who's going to do what. And in order to do that, we need to be more effective in getting support from the politicians. So thank you both very much for your input. So we will try to do our best. And now, because we are behind our schedule, so could you be please very brief? I think the issues at hand are very complex. We're behind schedule, so if you could ask questions. I think it's very meaningful that we have that special session on used cars. So I think that there is lack of awareness, and I think the government, whether it's local government or whether MOTI, I think it's very important to have government participation in this type of dialogue. So we talked about payment settlement, and G2G issues should be covered in our discussion. And so I think Incheon city government, I don't know whether Incheon will be able to occupy 80% of the used car export market. And if they lose that 80% market share, it will also impact Incheon. And we have the Incheon Free Economic Zone, but I think that we really have to think, is there really a local economy in this place? There's only apartments. So what is Incheon City doing to promote local economy and national development and the quality of the citizen in the city? So we need to enhance productivity. Incheon City government needs to do more, and everyone here needs to do more.
또 있고요.
I think this shows the interest in this issue, and we cannot make swift changes overnight. But many of the audience has given their comments, and this will be helpful in setting the future direction and also in looking at what to improve. So thank you very much, and we look forward to your participation in future events as well. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the moderator and the three presenters for their participation. Please give them a big round of applause. We would like to invite you back to your seats. And with that, we would like to conclude the first day of the Incheon International Ocean Forum 2024. I would like to thank all of your participants for joining us. Thank you for joining us from the beginning to the end. I would also like to thank our online participants. As mentioned earlier, this is a two-day forum. So tomorrow we have a maritime environmental session and a climate session. I will say hello to you again at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.